Importantly, he is holding the dual charge as the CEO of India AI Mission. And of course, who doesn't want to know what's going on in AI right now and what's going on as far as India and AI is concerned. So let me start by actually getting him to answer exactly that. Mr. Singh, we know that the world is watching India right now in AI. There is almost palpable excitement and energy about India moving forward in the AI ecosystem. Share with us everything that the government's doing to enable this, and what is it that the audience sitting here in the room should watch out for?
See, thank you for having me here. And in fact, as you rightly said, the world is looking at India. The world is looking at India providing leadership in the AI story that is unfolding. We have shown what digital public infrastructure can do, and there's a lot of expectations, especially with the talent that we have in the digital space. In fact, if you look at the Stanford AI Index, it rates India as the #1 in AI skill penetration. If you look at the number of GitHub AI projects, we contribute 24% of the projects on GitHub, the projects contributed by Indians. So there is a lot of expectations. So similar to ensure that we are able to reach their potential, because currently we are much behind US and China when it comes to building AI models or AI applications. So the government did examine what were the gaps in our AI story, and it was felt that we need to provide compute infrastructure, we need to provide data sets, we need to provide funding for foundational model, we need to provide funding for startups who are working in this field, because very often AI and deep tech requires patient capital. It's not that you invest X and you get a return in 2 to 3 years. Sometimes you have to wait for long. So under that, India AI Mission was conceptualized, a funding of almost $1.2 billion, 10,372 crores to be precise, which seeks to provide compute. We have already empaneled 10 service providers, 14,000 GPUs are available for at a very low cost, 115 rupees per GPU per hour, and over and above this, government provides 40% support. So the net cost for GPUs for a startup is less than $1, 67 rupees per GPU per hour, which ensures that entrepreneurs, startups, researchers working on AI models and applications can access that. We set up a platform called AI Kosh, which is providing data sets, tools and models. More than 400 data sets are available there, and ultimately data sets is something that you require along with talent and compute to build AI applications. We also publish a call for proposals of foundation models, because there is a lot of expectations of everyone that China has come with DeepSeek. When will India come up with foundation models? So we have got almost 200 proposals for building India foundation models. The first set of proposals is likely to be finalized, that will be funded by the government within the next 2 weeks. And we hope that these companies will be able to work on, with the support provided, to build a foundation model that is trained on India data sets very soon. We also have other pillars in the India AI Mission, where we are providing support for skilling, we are providing fellowships for undergrad students or master's students, and for research scholars. We are setting up a fund of funds and working with accelerators, incubators to provide funding support to startups. We are also building tools for safe and trusted AI. Then application development is again another focus area, wherein we did publish an innovation challenge across 5 themes of agriculture, healthcare, learning disabilities, governance and climate change, and we got 900 applications, out of which 30 were selected and given the first stage of about 25 lakhs by Honorable Minister on 6th of March, and more challenges coming in. So government is trying to provide support at all levels for data sets, for compute, for foundation model, for applications, for building safe and trusted AI, to ensure that our startups, our researchers come up to the expectations and build something that we can truly call Indian and state of the art.
Thank you. That's a lot happening, and clearly you're driving all of it, and we know the next few months are going to be super exciting. And I think what most people say is that India may get it late, but it gets it right. And I think that's the moment everyone's waiting for. And even though we may not see an immediate LLM model coming up, but what we're definitely seeing is vast innovation when it comes to AI use cases and adoption of AI, and something that I can vouch for. There's the Startup Policy Forum. We have so many of the high growth startups as our members, and each day we're seeing AI adoption at a transformative pace. But I think this is also a moment to pause and reflect on the kind of journey of startups we've seen so far. And while we talk about the gaps, as you've rightly identified, and policymakers like you ensuring that we stay ahead of the curve and we're able to plug those gaps, let's first acknowledge the progress. And Aarti ma'am, I'd like you to come in here, because just the sheer explosion of the Indian startup ecosystem, just the fact that we have come in the last 9 years, ever since Prime Minister Modi announced Startup India as a major flagship initiative, a major plank, just the fact that we've seen so much innovation, so much progress, so much success of the startup ecosystem. Could you share with us where India stands today in that startup journey?
So I think after the very sterler kind of a panel that we had before us, the speakers who were actually the stalwarts of the startup ecosystem, I think now getting the kind of a Sarkari point of view of what we've been able to do till now in this 9 years of journey when we started in 2016, I think there are some statistics which should be of interest to all of you. Now we've become the 3rd largest startup unicorn nation in the world. There are 118 unicorns with a total valuation of over 354 billion plus USD. And the unicorns who have made the largest impact is from a 13 times increase, that is from 8 in 2015 to 118 in 2025. So I think this is something that we are very proud of having, this kind of ecosystem which has now come up in the country. So these are the things which I wanted to share with you all, that some more statistics I think which should be of interest is that we've issued 1,64,554 startup certificates, and these have created jobs of 18 lakh plus. The average number of employees per startup is somewhere 11, and the number of states who have a startup policy, it started as 4 in 2016, and now we have 31 states and UTs who have a dedicated startup policy. So this is the kind of achievement that we've got. More than that, I think there is something that we need to understand, that while we may have certain schemes which were giving the right nudge to the developing a startup system, whether it was our startup seed fund or it was our fund of funds scheme, the very important thing is that the environment was created where the startups were able to flourish. But I think we need to go further, because everything, it's a matter of relativity. As they say, the relativity principle is very important. So it's very important also to look at what the other countries have done and where are we in this entire sector, in this entire ecosystem. So that is where we are not resting on our laurels. We in the government have been working on further schemes. So we have, which was just announced in this budget for this financial year, we have a fund of fund 2.0, where another 10,000 crores have been given, which will be able to fund startups, through the AIFs and other means, other venture capitalists and all. The initial 10,000 tranche which was given earlier, 5 years back, has completely been utilized, and now we've got another infusion of capital. So these are some of the things which I thought I must share with you all. And as far as I just wanted to take another few seconds to talk about the startup Mahakumbh, where we are sitting today. It's the second day. And, I'm really loving this kind of vibrancy and the enthusiasm and the number of footfalls which I'm seeing, which is exponentially grown from last year when we had the first edition. So I think that is a very, very happy situation. And I think it is a time for collaboration, for learning, for, showcasing what you have, and also trying to adopt whatever you've learned so that we can, further go on to the next stage.
All right, Manmeet Nanda, ma'am, you've seen this ecosystem very, very closely in your previous roles, and now you're also driving social inclusion in many ways. I'd like to pose twin questions to you. First, your understanding of the ecosystem and the fact that we have, you know, so-called 100+ unicorns, but we're now talking about the next wave of innovation, Startup India 2.0 in some ways, and the fact that now we need to ensure that we're seeing innovation across deep tech, across AI, across many other sectors. What do you think the government can do to enable this? And two, we also want this startup magic to spread well beyond the metros and the tier 1 cities. So how do we take it to tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, and especially to something that is within your mandate, the social inclusion part, and you know, I would say empowerment. If you could shed light on how you're thinking about that.
Thank you, Shweta, and thank you for having me here. Feels great to be part of the community that is so vibrant, so young, energetic, and always throwing great challenges. Yes, that's true. We have come a long way, but there's so much more to do. And transforming India into the 1 trillion economy that we want to be, the answer lies in two major ecosystems. That is one, the startups that we all are here sitting and being a part of and being proud of, the unicorns, and of course the MSMEs. They are the backbone of this country. And MSMEs in a very basic way are or have been the true startups of the Indian economy so far. We need to carry what Aarti ma'am mentioned and what Sir mentioned, carry those reforms further. We need to go beyond the metro cities, and we have been, but encouraging tier 2, tier 3 startups more. And inclusion should be a matter of design and not chance like we have on the stage today. Inclusion, as I see, like I'm looking at a different sector now, people with disabilities. There are so many startups that are doing such commendable work to ease and to progress and transform the lives of people with disabilities. I am shocked to see that there are devices available in the market where a completely vision impaired person has a keyboard that can convert what is on text on the screen into Braille, helps him read that, not audio, but helps him read that in Braille. He can type back on that keyboard onto the desktop and gets on to an English language that most of us understand. So reform journey needs to continue. The government, industry, academia relationship needs to be greatly strengthened. What we have shown in our startups by changing the way we eat, changing the way we buy things or we sell things, it's what India has shown to the world. I mean, we are a great model for everyone, and I think this needs to continue. Further reforms by the government, continuation of the fund of fund schemes, the startup, seed incubations, startup fund, big proponent of that, because our startups need the hand-holding. AI is the future, it's the present, is the future. Every day I think I will try and figure out greater things that I can learn on Grok. Perplexity, AI throws me another ball. So I need help, sir, on teaching government bureaucrats like us also to pick up our rate of learning for AI and what the startup world can throw on to us. So
well, that's an interesting one, Abhishek sir, now, and I think I'd like you to respond to what Manmeet ma'am said.
Yes, see, like I fully agree. Like, of course, we all agree that AI is the in thing, and we all are using it, playing with it. But AI goes beyond just writing poems or creating content by using or Ghibli images has become popular on Chat GPT.
And controversial.
No, but in fact, OpenAI has been like since last 2-3 days they have been tweeting about the India is the place. But that's because they are seeing it as a market. But we need to go beyond that by just using it for creating funny things or cartoons or poems or jokes. We need to realize that AI can transform things, as Manmeet mentioned. We did this innovation challenge for learning disabilities, and the kind of solutions that we got, which can help detect autism, which can help solve problems for dyslexia, which can solve problems for dyscalculia, are amazing. Helping people, blind people to see, navigate, helping deaf and dumb to hearing impaired people to communicate better. So there are multiple tools. AI is transforming agriculture, AI is transforming healthcare. So what we have seen is that, and what we are hearing and what we expect is that India will come up with a voice-based LLM, which will ensure that with voice you will be able to seek information services. And in India, that will empower the 500 million people who are not connected to the internet there. So the potential of AI is huge, but at the same time, what she mentioned towards the end, that how do we build in capacities within the government and outside? How do we ensure that we are able to use these tools for improving productivity at all levels? And more so in government, so like I got Karamyogi platform. Has got, in fact, 2 of their team members, I see them in the audience here also today. So it has got a lot of courses on emerging tech, on AI, on ChatGPT, on Gemini, for using AI in healthcare, on various domains. And happy to say that those courses are one of the most consumed courses on the platform. So there is an effort within the government to improve capacities. There is an effort within the industry to use AI to build applications. What we need is to scale up many of these applications. They should not just remain pilots or proof of concepts. How we can take them to logical end and ensure that more and more people benefit from them. That's the challenge that we as civil servants have to work along with startups to make that happen.
All right, I know we just have the last 5 minutes, and I think I want to go back to the topic, which is how can startups power a $1 trillion digital economy? And for startups to power the $1 trillion digital economy, we need enabling policies and regulations that would allow that. So let's talk about 2030 and talk about that one policy change. And it doesn't have to be in your ministry, it doesn't have to be something that you are driving, but any one of the 3 of you can start, and I'd love to get from all 3 of you that one policy change that you think can fast track this process and take India onto that path of a $1 trillion digital economy. Anything that you'd all like to talk about?
Should I go in first? I was taken on a tour to South Korea with my startup team. And what we've not done is we've not capitalized on our high network individuals in our country. There are about maybe 3 lakh plus. They are sitting over assets of 1 million plus. We need to tap those, give them incentives. Also to show them our trust, that we can be trusted as a startup ecosystem, be transparent. I also have read very recently that the startups in the US, they don't rely on the IPO and the basic stock exchanges. So that is where we need to do. And that, I think, Aarti ma'am, if we try and build a venture capital within the government with our locking our arms and hands with the private sector, and I think given a sweat equity, do some ratings for startups who've performed brilliantly on the stock exchange, increase the trust aspect of it, I think we will be able to bridge that gap of capital, because I think what our startups need is capital. And there are a lot of corporate fundings also that can come in, and I think that is an aspect that we need to look up to. So I think this is one way forward, and I would love the DPIIT to take up this and to create a venture capital fund of their own and to take this forward.
So, well, thanks for those thoughts, Manmeet, but let me tell you one thing, that in our second version of seed fund, very early seed fund, we are looking now to, in this 2.0 version, we are looking at a very different perspective, which you said, in fact, not very different in the sense we are adding a number of things to it. Because we have a very robust digital, system in the country. We have a very excellent one. So we need to build up on that. And for that, you see, ultimately what succeeds is the kind of sales and revenues and what you get it. So if government starts getting into it, I think the kind of nudge that we need to do from the government side is providing the right kind of platform, the right kind of funding. But the people who will be able to do it the best are the ones specialists in their business. So the venture capitalists, whether it's the AIFs, they would be able to appraise these schemes and the ideas which the startups have. I think they would let them do their job. That's what I feel very strongly. But where we need to come in is that, yes, that nudge, that you need to go into sectors, which we were talking earlier also about the social disability and these kind of sectors. We need to push them to go to those kind of ideas, support those ideas. Maybe even what Abhishek was mentioning about the AI part. Let's get that in as well. But let us go to these hinterland, those very backward sectors, areas of our country. Let's get their ideas onboarded. And what I would love to have in this, to change this whole thing, is to make it spread. Spread it to all the backward and to all those kind of, let's say slightly those aspirational districts as we have. Let's go there and let's provide them the funding through the, laid down these structures and already that we have. That's how I would look at it.
Thank you. All great ideas, and the last word goes to
if I have to think of one policy push, especially with regard to pushing up us on the value chain of the innovation and deep tech research, I will say augment our research funding many times over. Today we have our research funding is around 0.7% of the GDP compared to 3% or more in China and the US. We need to push that many times over. Of course, the 100,000 crore ANRF funding, the Anusandhan Research Foundation funding, is a great step in that direction. The 10,000 crore deep tech fund of funds is again another initiative. In AI we have 2,000 crores for startups, but what we need to do is to accelerate the pace at which we spend this money, and that would require coming up with systems in which decisions are easier to take, trust-based, and people are able to take bets on that. I would actually want several Y Combinators to come in. If we can strengthen the partnership between our academic institutions and startups. Like IIT Madras Research Park is one good example, but we need several such initiatives for a country of our size and potential. If we can have several such Y Combinators in which investments are driven at a very quick pace, the time taken for a startup to raise money in the valley is so much lesser compared to what it is in India. If we are able to create those systems, if we are able to create a system in which the government funds are co-invested along with VCs and investors, high net worth individuals, we will be unlocking a lot of value. So we need to think of creating those systems, and if we are able to bring in those policy changes, there is no reason that we will not be innovating as fast in deep tech and other sectors as we are doing in other sectors. So that's what we need to work together to make that a reality.
So we have with us here three people who are the policy makers, who are the decision makers, who are probably scripting that next success story for Indian startup ecosystem. So I would say we are all, or everybody sitting in this room is looking up to all of you as policy makers and decision makers to be able to drive that change and continue to ensure that the Indian startup ecosystem continues to thrive. Thank you so much, Aarti Bhatnagar ma'am, Manmeet Nada ma'am, and Abhishek Singh sir for being part of this panel. I know the time is up, but it's fascinating to hear how progressive our policymakers are. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
In this session, we explore how the next wave of startups is emerging from regions beyond the metros, driven by visionary policymakers and local initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have on stage the moderator, Ms. Shraddha Sharma, founder and CEO Your Story, and our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ekroop Kaur, Secretary to Government, Department of Electronics, IT, Biotechnology and Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka, Shri Anurag Yadav, Principal Secretary, NEIT Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Shri Adi Bharat, Joint Commissioner of Industries, Government of Gujarat.
Can you tell us, for entrepreneurs, what are some of the programs that the state is running?
Very good evening to everyone. Pleasure to be here and pleasure to be talking to you, Shraddha. So Bangalore, as you all know, is the startup capital, not just for the country, but it is one of the largest technology hubs in the world. We are looking at, we are the fourth largest technology cluster with more than 18,000 startups and more than 50 unicorns. So in that sense, Bangalore it has a thriving ecosystem. And we are very, very passionate about our startup ecosystem. Over the years, state has been systematically investing and supporting the startup ecosystem. So the approach which has been taken has been pretty much a life cycle approach, right from the idea stage, idea to POC, then supporting the journey, then accelerating, commercialization, giving global connections and global acceleration. State government has been supporting this all the way through. I don't want to, name all the schemes that we have rolled out. For those of you who are in this segment, in this ecosystem, would already know of the schemes that the government is running. But I thought something interesting that I must flag at this, occasion. Government has very recently, in its budget that was presented in March, announced a very, very big program for startups. We are looking at creating 10,000 new startups across Karnataka. And this would be all beyond Bangalore, not in Bangalore, but in all the emerging clusters. So we are looking at 6 clusters within the state, of which 3 are already somewhat, at a fairly mature level, and other 3 are coming up very well. And we are going to do a very, very deep dive into building the ecosystem. So now we have taken a decision to start with very young people. Right from high school, we are engaging with students. Then we have structured programs at college level where we are trying to support student projects, because we feel that these student projects actually are the bedrock, and from there the ideas will stem, which will eventually culminate into startups. We are focusing very heavily on IP creation, and I think that's where today India has to come of age, and we need to have more IPs happening which can be recognized and can be associated with India, rather Bharat, I would say. And this entire initiative that we are taking is going to really support it. And while we will be giving a lot of financial incentives, we are also looking at building the ecosystem in these smaller towns, so to say, emerging clusters. We have set up certain centers of excellence. We are looking at setting up another 8 to 10 centers of excellence. We are looking at setting up TBIs. We are looking at setting up innovation labs. So very, very exciting times, I should say. All in all, there is lots happening in this space, and I think still this is the beginning of the journey. A lot more is yet to come, and I think all of you, if you divide the audience, you do fall into the 3 buckets that Shraddha mentioned, and probably this is the best time to be in this domain, to have your own startup, to build your own idea. And all states and even the government of India, everybody is out there to support your journey. So stay confident and, really give it your best shot is what I would like to say.
Thank you, ma'am. I have one very quick question. I know you have to leave. So if it's all right, I'll ask another question. Is for people who are not in the state, I might be in Delhi, I might be in any, I will not say UP and Gujarat right now, but in any other place, can I go to Karnataka and avail all these offers that you have?
Yeah, so some programs, yes, you can be a part of it even while you are not registered with the state. But once you register with the state, Karnataka startup, the world will certainly change. There will be a plethora of opportunities, and a lot of it is obviously for startups which are registered with Karnataka. And believe me, startups from all over the country, and it is not like it's a state-run thing and only for people from the state. Everybody from we have people from all over the country who are coming because the kind of ecosystem support that you get over there is something which is, as on date, fairly unmatched. I don't think, the maturity of the ecosystem, and especially once you start, probably the scale up and the acceleration could be much better once you get that ecosystem support. Plus, with the presence of a large number of academic institutions and the kind of centers of excellence which have been set up by the state government, in collaboration with the academic institutions, especially ones with IISc, with IIM, and then IIT, IIT Dharwad. Those are places which are really, giving world-class mentoring facility, world-class academic support, and that is what becomes the differentiator beyond a certain level. But yes, we are open, and in fact, we run a similar event in Bangalore called the Bangalore Tech Summit. We have seen in the last couple of years the participation from other states. In fact, we very proactively reach out to all startup clusters across the country, and we have all the states participating over there. We are willing to provide whatever support we can to build this ecosystem across the country. So
लास्ट क्वेश्चन, पते की बात पूछना है मुझे कि पैसा कितना मिलेगा, like what is the, because as startups, as people in this space, we are looking always for funding, grants. So
one of our flagship programs is Elevate, where startups, idea to POC stage startups, they participate. Every year we select 100 startups and we give a grant of up to 50 lakhs. It is no strings attached grant. There is no equity, no share, and nothing that the state asks for.
And you can clap for that, because it's a great innovative program without equity. It's a big thing.
So we have supported close to 1150 startups till now, and some of the startups are, they have reached that level where they have market valuation of 500 crores and stuff. Really, those startups are doing very, very well. I would not take names, but many of them have been very successful. Besides, we were one of the first states way back, almost 15-20 years back, when we set up a VC fund. When the VC ecosystem, private VC ecosystem was not as vibrant and strong, we set up a state-led VC fund. We still continue with that VC fund. It is, so every round it is specific to certain domain. Right now we are running a deep tech fund, we are running a fund for the AVGC sector. So some very niche areas we are trying to develop. Going forward, this new program that we have announced, which is Local Economy Accelerator Program, we are looking at setting another Elevate-like program for deep tech, and we are also looking at setting up a fund of funds. And besides all of this, what the government is doing, the private VC ecosystem in Karnataka is very mature. We have more than 200 VCs which are operating out of Karnataka. And the kind of money that has been raised, the investments which have been raised by startups, they are truly, truly inspiring. And I think money is not really the barrier at all. If you have a good idea and if you are, committed to it, and the team sees that you will be able to see it through, I don't think money is a big challenge.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As always, Karnataka has hit it out of the park. So with that, sir, Anurag sir, हम यूपी पे पहुंचते हैं. हम स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में हैं और अभी महाकुंभ, बहुत ही शानदार महाकुंभ has got over in UP. Tell us what the state is doing for startups, for the innovation. उसके बारे में हमें बताइए. और पैसे भी कितने हैं वो भी हम पूछेंगे. हाँ. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Let's give a big round of applause to a group, ma'am. And please get in touch with her. Very approachable and always responding and helping startups. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry I have to leave in between. I have a hard stop. But nonetheless, it was really nice interacting. And as Shraddha mentioned, we would be very happy to interact with any one of you who would like to, explore what are the opportunities in Karnataka. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Mahakumbh, and what's the strength of being in UP? So, एक question मैं भी पूछना चाहता था सबसे. So just think for a moment. I usually ask when I am at this stage. UP is not a state but a country. So in world, what would be its rank when you look at country's population size? Anyone? Any guess? Okay. What would be its rank? 10th? नहीं, यूपी वाले नहीं हो. हाँ. 6th, okay. Quite close. 4. Almost close, yes. I mean, अगर India country के रूप में न count करो तो third maybe third or fourth, it varies. So that's a size. I mean, you think of that on this entire atlas or globe or whatever you can visualize, and then think that UP is the third or fourth largest country. Now, can any innovation be worth sustaining if it's not happening in UP? There comes the strength of being in UP, and why UP's startup ecosystem is important, worth to focus on and to discuss, and that is what Mahakumbh probably symbolizes. Now, how do you attempt? I mean, that's one way of so being big has its potential and its challenges as well. And when it comes to synchronizing it with the startup ecosystem, so the difference definitely is challengeable, because with size you can't move as fast as you expect to move. I mean, it's a very simple natural phenomena. So you need to gather a lot of momentum, a lot of, I would say, potential has to be generated before you get up to that acceleration. Probably UP is at that stage, I would say, where we have gathered the momentum, but it is yet to come to that speed where probably we just had ma'am from Bangalore. So I would say we are not yet at the stage where Bangalore is, obviously, but we do need to see how our tier 2, tier 3 or other cities, if we are looking in terms of Mahakumbh of Bharat, then how every city can become a Bangalore, we need to see. So what the state government is doing, how we are focusing in how we are creating this speed. Now, so much of contextual introduction. Coming to the real brass tacks, there are two major, I would say, interventions which you can see. One is directly where we nurture the startup right from what we use the word seed capital up to their market. So there are different schemes which state government has where it promotes startups right from incubation up to how they can go up to the product commercialization. And then once you have reached to that stage, we have another scheme which is, I would probably say very few states have, a startup fund which is of 1,000 crore corpus run by SIDBI, where there is no limit depending upon your idea and how you can get your investment valued. So that's there. Now comes the second tier of intervention, which is related to creating the ecosystem. So there are few things which has happened in past few years. When you look at the startups, what is the challenge? Challenge is accessibility. So if you are in tier 2, tier 3 cities, like most of the UP cities are, and if you think about reaching to them, how do you access their product, or how they access global market or big market? So that's how do you create that bridge. The second challenge is people believe there is a lack of talent in these smaller towns, and it has been rightly so. A few years ago, we always found that people are running towards metros, and most of the metros having the infrastructure. So the state government has focused on creating infrastructure, enabling infrastructure, whatever you can think of, whether it is power, whether it is road network in terms of expressways. So UP is probably, I mean, people say that if you Google expressway state, the name will come UP. And the day we complete Ganga expressway, it would have 50% of the entire country's expressway. So we had airports, there were only 3 or 4 about few years ago, and now we have 16 airports functioning. So whether it is creating logistic hubs, whether it is creating road network, whether it is creating tech infrastructure. So which is very important. I mean, if you look at how much digital payments are taking place, again, the numbers, so we score on the numbers. So you will find that most of the digital payments are happening in UP. So digital ecosystem is there. To summarize, not only having direct benefit schemes for startups, but also creating indirectly an ecosystem. We are trying to see that this title of Mahakumbh for UP can sustain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I am from Bihar. तो मुझे लगता है बिहार और यूपी जो बगल में है, it is always very encouraging and UP seeing the progress because now one is going and the change is very palpable on ground. We were in Lucknow, Kanpur, Prayagraj, मतलब पूरी दुनिया ही. And I don't know if you guys know that Steve Jobs' ex-wife came to Mahakumbh, right? So UP is, the way it is changing is of course very commendable, but what is encouraging today to hear is that a lot is being done for startups under your leadership. Yes? Sir, पैसा कितना मिल रहा है?
Okay.
आप नंबर नहीं बताए.
I'll give you. If you are asking, I mean, a very simple, so there are different stages. You are a college student, and you have some ideas and you want to work. So how we nurture? So the first stage is where you create incubators. So we have incubators in every district where you can get yourself registered as a college student or just having a basic idea on you are nurturing. And we give you sustainability allowance, which is if you are in a, I would say, tier 2, tier 3 city, it's much higher given your challenges, but otherwise roughly around 20,000 per month you get while you are a student and you just have an idea trying to work on that. Then comes a stage where you require some seed capital. So when it comes to seed capital, on different stages of your evaluation of the idea, you again, if you are, I mean, you have an advantage if you are a woman in UP. So you get more money being a women-led startup, and otherwise roughly around 7.5 lakhs to 11 lakhs is the range where you get as a seed capital, where you develop your idea and you are yet to commercialize this. If you have a prototype, you get a grant of 5 lakhs to make that validated. All your certifications get subsidized or reimbursed. And once that is done, then you get a marketing incentive. So some support for initial marketing where you are still trying to get some investments for that. Then comes that stage where if you have crossed all these stages and you want actually some valuation for your product which you have developed or want to make, let's say, a factory or some more bigger investments, then you can approach through SIDBI for our UP Startup Fund, which is a corpus big enough depending upon, so there are certain startups in the state which has got huge funding. There is no limit for that funding depending upon how you have been evaluated by those AIFs. But there is a dedicated fund from the UP for the UP's startup. So there are other infrastructure support. For example, we have many centers where STPI supports us with its office locations where you need not pay anything. You have all the design centers facilities where you can get your prototype designed without paying any cost. So I would say that we have the infrastructure to support you if you have an idea.
Sir, you said unlimited funding, तो हम सब यूपी आ रहे हैं, but हम आए कैसे? But tell us, how do we access?
Okay. So the best way to do is all the incubation centers are set up with education institution. So if you are working on some ideas, it's better to get through whatever education institutions, every district. For example, all over, I mean, there are 2 IITs in UP. There is a triple IIT, there is an IIM if you are looking for the big names. But otherwise also, if you go to a tier 2, tier 3 district, you will find, if you just go to our website, it has all our incubators listed there, and you just contact them. They would definitely help you to incubate your, depending upon what kind of ideas you have and what support system you are looking at. Once you are with them, you get all the support system.
Thank you, Anurag sir. Sir, let's hear from Gujarat.
As far as startup is concerned, Gujarat formally came out in 2015 with a specific scheme from the Industries Department. But as you are all knowing, Gujarat is an entrepreneurial state from the time immemorial. We had trades. We have 1600 kilometers of long coastline. So we had trades with the all foreign countries through the ships in those days also. So, and over a period of time, the Gujarat has a stronghold of manufacturing. Unlike other states where the, more of services and technology things are there, Gujarat is a stronghold of manufacturing. Now, 2015, when our Honorable Prime Minister was CM before that of Gujarat, he had floated an idea of formally sponsoring students and people, even they may be students, they may be dropouts, they may be graduates. Having any idea in their mind, that idea has to be nurtured and has to be realized in a full-fledged product. So that idea, after he went to center, the Gujarat government was inspired by that idea, and we floated a scheme wherein we provide various benefits. I'll answer to your another question of paisa a little later. But then, apart from that, as DPIIT has mandated that every district of every state has to have at least one startup in every district. So that is one of the mandates. But we in Gujarat also, we through our scheme, through our policy, we have created a network of institutes which are recognized by us through the medium of scheme. Money will be routed through those institutes. So those institutes, more of them or most of them are graduate level, university level schools and colleges, and so that every district has been covered. Every beyond metro is also covered in that. So obviously, as far as state is concerned, all our tier 2, tier 3 cities, if you take example of Rajkot, which is again T2 or T3, way back, they are manufacturing for automobile manufacturer world around, around the world. No car manufacturing company in the world will be such that it will not be having some part made from Rajkot. And their products are also going to space. They are, manufacturing for spaceships also. So that is the Gujarat story. I'll answer your paisa question also. When you were asking this question, something came to my mind. There is a joke wherein a company was interviewing CAs, chartered accountants, for their company's work. So the question was, how much is 2 plus 2? So the straightforward candidates, or non-Gujarati candidates said 2 plus 2 is 4. Now the Gujarati came, so he was asked the same question. तो बोला कि 2 plus 2 is what? He said that कितना चाहिए, कितना करना है. So पैसे की बात आएगी तो आप मेरे को अगर पूछ रहे हैं कि कितने पैसे मिलते हैं, मैं बोलूँगा आपको कितने चाहिए. And to be specific, we start with students policy, SSIP, wherein we provide up to 2 lakh rupees for students coming out with ideas, very nascent stage startups. Above that, we have a Srujan scheme where we provide 10 lakh rupees to the students. Now, above that, when it comes to our industries department's scheme, we provide 30 lakh rupees, up to 30 lakh rupees as seed fund. Apart from other benefits like attending acceleration program, they will get 3 lakh rupees. Now, above that, 30 lakh se zyada, we have I'll tell you the 360-degree approach of the state government. Above 30 lakh, there is ticket size 50 lakh, 3 crores. So we have venture funds. GVFL is a company, government partnered company. So GVFL will provide you, it could be in the form of equity, it could be in the form of debt. So there is no limit to that. So that is how.
सर बहुत चाहिए मतलब अभी हम
Thank
सबको
you.
तो लग रहा है गुजरात चलो गुजरात चले No, but thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Sanjay, do you want to add anything because we've run out of time?
I think Secretary has already covered. Only one thing which is also element is that any government procurement that we do give a preference to the startups who are there in Karnataka. So we have a very specific program for startups which is there. And I think there is a democratization of entrepreneurship का जो concept है श्रद्धा जी वो पूरा मॉडल जो है thankfully कर्नाटका से निकल के बाहर आया है और वो अब एक बाकी
मुझे लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे माइक में कंपटीशन हमें करना चाहिए था एक डिबेट होना था
इट्स नॉट कंपटीशन ये सब शेयरिंग है शेयरिंग ऑफ नॉलेज ही है लेकिन डेमोक्रेटाइजेशन ऑफ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से ही वी कैन उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि जो भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योर्स है वो बाहर निकल के आएगा आई थिंक सारे प्रदेश जो है वो उसमें दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं हम उसको थोड़ा सा और डीपर लेवल में काम कर रहे हैं मैं कह सकते हैं
यस लास्ट एक लाइन में या तो एक शब्द में या एक लाइन में एक सेंटेंस में व्हाट डज इट मीन टुडे टू बी इन भारत एंड बीइंग अ भारतीय बीइंग एन इंडियन फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू because you guys are driving the startup story Bharat story what does it mean Gujarat se shuru karenge abhi
I think being in Bharat today is a way forward or a path towards being Vishwaguru. That is in one sentence.
yes
I think he summarized, but I mean, you asked one word and the first word came to my mind was hope.
Hope. Yes. Very
this country
hopeful.
has that potential and hope we are going to be.
Yes. Brilliant.
हमारे यहाँ पे नॉर्थ स्टार की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है राइट मुझे लगता है कि भारत एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का वो वर्ल्ड में नॉर्थ स्टार बन के दिखाएगा
Very good. Thank you so much. And with that, let's give a big round of applause to all our state leaders, Gujarat, UP and Karnataka. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
We've done about 900 startups. We've invested about 1,400 crores. We have about 5,000 investors on our Angel AIF. And my team actually, along with a lot of other people today, have curated the entire Maharathi Challenge. And, just picking up a leaf from yesterday's conversation of the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal is that we had the highest number of applications in deep tech and AI. So just kind of bringing that up because I think there is a lot of misconception that India does not have enough deep tech companies today. But with that, I'll give the mic over to Vivek.
Hi, thank you. I'm Vivek. I'm general partner at Samved VC. We are an early stage US-based fund which is investing in India. And our core thesis is that India needs to improve the productivity. So anything which helps people improve the productivities of our interests. So that's what we focus on. I've been an active angel investor for the last 10-15 years. I'm very active on the Let's Venture platform. And I had a large group of syndicate behind me, and some of us have come together to do this. Thank you.
Mahavir.
Hi, I'm Mahavir. I've been angel investing for 13-14 years. Founded Rajasthan Angels, Thai India Angels, and now doing my own fund, investing in idea and early stage companies 0 to 1. Thank you.
I am Vibhor. I'm part of a fund called Capital to Be. It's an $80 million fund. And we're largely investing in science and tech companies, early stage.
I am Vikram Vedinathan. I lead a fund called Z47. We were called Matrix Partners India before. We manage roughly $1.5 billion in India and invest at early stages, usually check sizes of 4 to 5 million to start with. We also have an early stage platform which is an angel syndicate called DVC, where we do much smaller checks of $100,000 and so on. We're the first investors in the Ola group of companies, including Ola Electric, Razorpay. I know the Captain Fresh founder was just here, off business and so on.
So I'm going to dive straight in. I think a lot of people want to understand how do you get the first check after the coffee you have with the investor. But Vivek, you are a 0 to 1 investor and you actually have taken a lot of bets at very early stages. Tell us, how do you build conviction when you meet the founder without a product, without any market at that point of time?
So I think for people like me, the journey starts much before we have the meeting. We already have certain thesis in mind. We keep ourselves informed, and based on that, we are on the lookout for the right founders who would solve that problem. So chances are very high that when we are meeting the founders, we already have a thesis in that domain. And then if we resonate with the founder's vision and what he's trying to do, so that's the bet we take. So at our stage, we are not looking so much at traction or the revenue or the anything like that. It's basically, if we have conviction in that space and if we find that we resonate with the founder's vision, we like the founder, so that chemistry is there. So what I'm trying to say is that more often than not, we already have a thesis around what he is trying to do, and then we come in at that early stage. We don't have too much to go as far as data is concerned.
Okay. So I'm going to now go to Mahavir because I want to bust some of the myths which we have about, not enough entrepreneurship in tier 2 cities. And Mahavir, you come from Jaipur, and I think Jaipur has probably seen some of the best exits in the ecosystem today, right? So tell us a little bit more of what don't we see or what don't we understand. And you've been in that space for a long time, right? So tell us, how has it evolved? And where is the kind of exit coming from a city like Jaipur?
See, I am always been professing the fact that the tier 2, tier 3 cities in India have a much better opportunity for startups to be in, with cost of living, quality of life, etc., and overheads being low. But I think Jaipur has been an anomaly because the ecosystem has come together and evolved. We as Rajasthan Angels started in 2000. Thai started in 2002, Angel in 2011, and we were only investing in Rajasthan-based startups for the first 3-4 years. And then the government picked up from 2015-16 onwards, and now we're still working in sync with each other, and we are getting HNIs and ultra HNIs to convert to investors. We're educating them, we're working with incubators. So I think the ecosystem has to come together, and the fact that it's close to Delhi, very easy to get into and get out of, was one other reason. The other reason I think Jaipur or Rajasthan has inherently is dhanda. We don't worry about the top line as business people. We need to be very secure on what we spend, how we spend. So we are very, very frugal with the fundraisers that have happened in the startups in Rajasthan. We've not gone overboard. The fact that we are sitting put in Jaipur and saving money in itself is a proof to that. So I think it's absolutely technology, idea, passion, everything works, but I think bottom line is very, very critical. And we've seen that through tough times in the last 5 or 6 years. So I think Jaipur has proved beyond doubt that you can scale up and be profitable. And that's what's advantage Jaipur.
So proximity to a larger city as well as somebody like Mahavir there, because I think you need the champions in the ecosystem, right? Absolutely. You need someone who's committed for a longer time.
you have to, every ecosystem has to be branded, and brand ambassadors are very, very critical. Otherwise, you don't come in the news, and you just stay put and stay quiet. So I think it's very important to market yourselves. And Jaipur as a city, all of us collectively as investors have marketed well and consistently at every level. So I think that's an advantage too.
Yeah. So now coming to Vibhor, you have a very interesting title on LinkedIn which says Science and Tech Investor. And since we are talking about early stage, and off stage you talked about having made 30 investments, tell us as a deep tech investor, how do you decide when there is no product, when there is very little, because deep tech is a long game, right? We all understand it requires more patient capital. Talk a little bit about, if I'm a deep tech investor as a founder, how do I pitch to Vibhor, and what would make him write the check to me?
So a couple of things, one, I've been a techie for most of my life, right? And I've been doing investing only for the last 5 years. So it's sort of organic for me to look at the science and tech piece first. So I have a thesis. So the kind of founders I'm looking for is one, like Vivek said, who are in line with the thesis. But I'm more intrigued by the founders who are challenging that thesis, right? And I'll read a lot of science and tech journals to understand what's happening in the world. And I love the 60s and the 70s, the hippie culture, because a lot of brilliant papers were written then, which are now becoming plausible and implementable because of the advancements in hardware and software alike. So one is, are people looking at a problem that is worth solving? Right? Because a lot of deep tech founders also have a solution-first approach. Hey, I did my thesis in this subject, I went deep in this, and I think this is awesome, and I'm building a company around it. Yeah. Right? I'd rather that the founder is looking at a problem first, and whether or not the solution fits the glove, etc. Right? One is that. Second is, will the science work or not? Because the first part of failure is the science won't work. Right? And how far will that happen down the line? And can we as early stage investors carry the company till then, when there is a product in sight? And then comes the challenge of commercialization, revenue, etc., which is a far cry in the early days. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little more complex than what you're trying to tell us. And I think, we have to just kind of start probably meeting more deep tech founders as investors so that you're able to evaluate. Like I was on the jury of the deep tech and the AI panel, and almost 50% of the companies we kind of marked them as not deep tech. So I think founders like to put that label, but when you go one level deeper, you are like, you're not building a deep tech company. And I think that is important as a founder, not to fall into the wrong category, right? Probably if that startup had applied in a different category, they might have been shortlisted, right?
So one point is there a distinguishable IP there or not?
Yes. Now coming to Vikram, and we spoke about DVC and the pre-seed and the, angel network you're building. I'm just curious if you can talk to us about, how do you actually identify a pre-seed company? And I want to go through that question again and again, because I think each of us will have a very different insight into actually how do I go from coffee to check?
Sure. See, we actually, on DVC, we actually work with a network of angels. And each of you, as you go through your journeys, I'm amazed, like each of you are super nodes in your network, right? And there are certain pockets that you're very well known in. And I think for any sort of pre-seed founder, it's actually great to go find that super node who's your champion in the ecosystem. And at least to reach large funds like us, that is actually the best route. And to have that champion and that super node. Now, personally for me, when I meet a founder, what actually works for me, the first is actually, like Vibhor was saying, start with that pain point. There is a deep pain point in the world that you've identified, and that it is not a pain point restricted to 5 people, but actually it affects a large set of people in some way. That's the first thing. And putting that shared context, a lot of the times the VC will not, or the investor will not have that shared context that you have on how big a pain point that is, and bring that pain point to life. That's usually how that conversation starts. The second is then the unique solution and why they are best suited. Something right, that has given them some edge. And a lot of founders miss that in that conversation, right? Bringing yourself to that conversation, saying, this is my edge in terms of solving this unique pain point in some way. And then it is, found this pain point, I have this edge, and then I paint a picture of the world. Once I'm done, essentially fixing the world, this is what the world will look like. That's sort of the perfect sort of conversation. Through all of that, what I'm looking for is some deep curiosity, a way in which I can see that this person is going to grow very fast, even if they're very young, because that's what you're betting on through that journey. And then some commercial instincts, even if they're a very technical founder, some commercial instincts early on.
So I'm just curious here, because we're talking so much about networking, meeting people, knowing the right people, getting the right introductions. What do you see the difference between a male and a female founder? Like, where are women advantaged or disadvantaged in this entire early stage?
I think the overall trait that you're looking for, more than just networking, is being highly resourceful. Right? The difference between a founder and a manager is founder sets goals and then figures out what resources to get.
Yes.
And this network is one of those resources, right? Sometimes it's capital, sometimes it's network capital, it's just a resource that you're looking to get and so on. I do think, and my wife is in the room and she leads a very large part of PhonePe. And so I do think that women have certain advantages, but they miss some of the old boys network which isn't there. So they miss the natural network capital, and they have to fight a little bit harder to actually build that network capital in some way. I think there are communities that are helping, but I do think overall as an ecosystem, a lot more needs to get done.
You're just being polite. I think the women have to work probably a lot more harder, because I think it's still a very bro club culture in investing today, right? There are very few. I mean, we are still building that up, and I think times are changing. But I think there is still a long effort.
I would say all female founders in my network, as well as in our angel group and so on, all say that, like you said, you use the word polite, but maybe I don't understand the levels of pain point enough, and I think that is true, right? Because I don't have an intuitive understanding of that. It is true that there is a large gap, but it is true that overall women founders have raised less money and their valuations are less. So you can see that it is a problem in the ecosystem.
Yeah, but I think things are also changing, which I always tell my women founders, is that the customer does not know whether it's a male or a female who's built the company, right? So if you can build a product which has customer love, I think you will win the market. I mean, why would investors not invest in a good business, right? I don't think that the bias is so strong today, right? So I think it is about focusing on this problem market, problem solution, right? Like, what are you trying to build? How are you building the business? I think, and then eventually you will get the attention.
Yeah, so we've backed two female founders in the recent past. One is Ruchi, who's the founder of Oxizo, and Romita, who's the founder of Foxtail. I would say they just went out and created that network for themselves.
Yes.
They did have the advantage of being from some large networks like McKinsey and IIT, but then they just built on that.
Absolutely. So Vivek, if I were to come back to you, if a founder is pitching, and if you have to walk away from a conversation, what is that one thing which will just say, this is a red flag and I don't want to do this?
See, for me, when I'm investing, what I want is the problem that it's trying to solve and whether you will scale or not. And for me, the scale is basically, can I visualize a repeatable, scalable model that if you're able to solve, there are many such customers that you'll be able to go after. So what happens, especially, and that has happened lately, is that sometimes you get very good founders with very good solutions, but the validation has come from a one-off client which will not be repeatable, scalable. They'll get some validation from a CSR grant, or they will have some thing which has worked with a government, and they feel that gives them the right to win. So, they'll come back and say, we have this product which has been validated because they have got this grant or they have this order from the government. And you go deeper into it, and then you realize that though they may be saying they have certain X amount of revenue, the scalable part of that revenue or the repeatable part of that revenue is minuscule.
So basically some validation of repeatability and moving towards that product.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you need to concentrate on. Don't concentrate on this one-off things and take that as your right to win and start tom-tomming to your investors ki because I've got this, you know, you fund us. And when you look at the things which is going to be the long grind, you see that the focus is not there or that is not on their radar, how difficult the life is. So that is something that puts you off. They are going to chase one large customer rather than something which will scale. So that is something that so if somebody comes and says, I have this one customer or this one validation which I find will not be repeatable, that's a red flag for me.
So can we just go across, because I think this is an important point for founders, like what is just kosher and don't come to me.
So I'll tell you one red flag that I have.
Yes.
Is that actually an investor told me to do this or a VC said this. Right?
Yes.
And because it happens, and I understand that as founders you go to VC meetings and you think, hey, this investor actually likely knows best. But do not outsource your judgment to investors, because the investor is there for 30 minutes, and usually, and I will say it with all respect to all of our fellow investors, we know a lot less about we know almost next to nothing about your business versus you.
Absolutely.
So actually what you should be really focused on in making decisions is actually your consumer, your customer, what's happening with that product market fit, and bring that insight into the room. So one red flag for me is, when I asked what happened, they said, oh, this investor gave us feedback, so we did this. That is absolutely not what you should be doing.
So this is always an advice or a thought we tell our founders, is that the VC does not know everything, right? And I think a lot of people outside your core team will not know the business as well as you will know it. Vibhor?
Buzzwords.
Yes.
The moment somebody says we are an AI company, I have a null pointer exception. And the other thing is over amplifying the solution in your own head, right? And undermining direct or indirect competitive landscapes.
Yes.
Right. Because everything is very nuanced, and all of a sudden you'll have a left field ball hitting you, and you would not know what to do. So just a very, very deep understanding of the entire landscape is something very essential in my view.
Yeah. Mahavir?
I agree with what everyone said, but in addition to that, it's just not one red flag, it's a combination of many red flags. I think not knowing your product, your projections, your numbers, you have to live, breathe, eat, sleep your startup. These guys over-exaggerate and oversell or undersell, whatever. They're clueless when it comes to numbers, and whether an investor has told them or a chartered accountant has told them or someone has told them this is a valuation, they have no justification or reasoning to give when you say, why are you asking for so much of valuation, and why do you need 5 crores or why not 2 crores? They are not sure of where they're going in the next 2-3 years, because they've just gathered and mustered things, cut, copy, paste, and heard from people and put everything together. Just because they're raising 5 crores does not make their valuation to be 50 crores.
Yes.
There has to be justification on everything, and not knowing all of that is also a red flag. That means that person is just raising money for the sake of raising money, and not for doing the business that he's supposed to be doing.
So for me personally, the red flag is just ethical boundaries, right? I think there are some founders who start with a number in the beginning of the meeting. By the time they've ended the meeting, the numbers have changed, and they're not able to listen, right? So when you tell them something, the reaction is, it's such great feedback and I love what you're saying, and I'm like, okay, we've just spent 30 minutes today, right? And I think just getting influence and trying to be the pleaser in the meeting, I think those are all just like, you don't want to work with such people in the long term. Right?
There's lack of conviction, actually.
Yes, lack of conviction. I think we have like 5 minutes left, so I wanted to open it up for questions, but just one last rapid fire, okay? TAM or team?
Team, any day. Team is much more important, because TAM will be decided by how the team executes.
Yeah. What about you, Mahavir?
Oh, obviously. I don't even look at the Sam, Tam, Tom slide at all. I don't care. It's a team.
Yeah. For you, what about product or the idea? Because it is deep tech, right? So I'm still curious, how does early stage happen in deep tech?
The possibility of that idea becoming a product.
Okay, that's great. And about you, single founder or multiple founder teams?
depends on the stage. It's early founders, then I would say having a couple of founders. I mean, there is a thing about, running. If you want to run fast, you go alone. If you want to run far, you go together. So.
Absolutely. But now I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm sure there are a lot of people who have questions. Can we pass the mic around?
All right. Where do we go?
Keep your questions short because I want to have at least 3 questions.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you identify the right product fit? Whenever you are having a bet with a founder, or maybe you are having a bet with a particular product, so how can you judge in maybe a one-line conversation?
Oh, just by sheer experience. We listen to pitches every single day, and we quickly know what will work, what will not work in a certain idea. So it's very, very quick and very brief for me, at least. I mean, I know what I want. I know where I want to invest. I know, in my opinion, what will work or not work. So I'm very quick. Depends on, based upon experience.
I think if you want to bring it to life, I would say there has to be product love. That some user suddenly is living some part of their life on your product. And it is just palpable, like he said, that that user loves your product.
Vivek, you had some
So, I've been an investor, and for me that's the whole question, when has the founder moved from MVP to market fit? And my hack is that if I talk to a founder and and he's talking about the features that he's going to add, I know that he's still in the discovery phase. The moment founder starts talking about the customers and expansion, I know that they have found the market fit. So what I've realized the hard way is that when you're talking to the founders, the vocabulary of the founder changes when they're talking to investors if they found the market fit.
Awesome. That's a great point.
Thank you so much for sharing your answers.
Yeah, one more question because I have one question for the panel at the end.
Hello, my question is regarding legal tech. Except platform is offering online notarizations to the Indian public. So who would be a better fit for to get the investment, the government or because a lot of groups are showing interest, but who do we sit with in these cases?
Legal tech? Did you say legal tech?
Yes.
And what the question was?
Bringing digital notarizations to the general public, to the NBFCs, to the government, to the everything.
So my advice is always keep the government as the next option once you find your real customer.
Last option, sorry,
Last
not next.
option.
Well, the platform is already online and we are just searching for the investors. So government is the first option to go to?
I would not recommend that. I think you have to find customers who will pay quickly, right? Because there is a process of getting approved through the government machinery.
Yeah, we have already done it.
So then you should go through that. Whatever works best for you as a founder. So coming back to this, the last question I have, since we spoke about going to the government, and this question is specifically for Vibhor, right? If we were to create a process where we say in the next 5 years, we want to strengthen the deep tech and AI ecosystem of India because that's where we believe value creation will happen. I actually think the last 10 years what has happened is great because it has created better economy for the people who would not have access to capital, right? So in terms of, all the food sharing apps and all the ride sharing apps, all that has actually created employment. It has started to build the flywheel of the economic momentum in the country, right? But if I were to look at the next 5 years and if I were to take one proposal to the government, Vibhor, you have to represent us today.
Putting me in a spot. Bunch of things actually. First thing is what you just said. Change the investor sentiment about government as a customer.
Yes.
Right? Most deep tech companies that I meet, government would probably be the first and only customer that they will have. There is no running away from that. Defense. Most of the innovation in the West started from defense. The internet came from defense, right? In the US and Europe, people are happy that you're working with the government because that means it'll see through.
Yes.
Commercialization will happen.
Yes.
It isn't the case in India. So first thing that has to change is that. Second thing I believe is that the way we have PhD done in our country has to change. Right? There is basic research, there is applied research, and there is user-based research. I think a lot of emphasis has to be on applied research and user-based research. Which are the problems worth solving? You don't need citations in papers. You need PhD to entrepreneurship pathways.
Got it.
You know, the third thing is we need a blended stack of capital. If you look at deep tech, Series A and Series B beyond, nobody's picking up these companies for the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Show me traction, show me, commercialization. If there was any commercialization, they wouldn't need venture capital so much, right? And deep tech is not something like your B2B and B2C, pump in more money and things will happen, right? So therefore you need a blended stack of capital where you have equity, you have debt, you have MSME kind of loans that the government provides, because these are, again, after a point in time, they will mimic the classic manufacturing paradigm, most of these companies. I mean, top three in my view.
And just again an observation, no, because I was on the AI deep tech jury, 30% of the companies were bootstrapped who actually came to us, and they've done pretty good traction. Right, so I think there is that momentum building up, but anybody has closing thoughts here on the panel?
I share Vibhor's, I would say, historical pessimism on, where the government is in terms of as a customer and so on, but we've seen some of this change, right? And I think, like, we are the first investor in Ola Electric, which is essentially started as a EV play, then became a battery play and so on. I don't think that could have been possible without the debt capital balance sheet, and I think it's very important what Vibhor said. As a founder, you have to think of not just equity funding, but multiple other ways of building your balance sheet in order to go after this opportunity. But then the PLI opportunity showed up. That's what made that entire thing show up, right? So as a founder, to think of these different capital bases, but I do think, I used to be there saying government is the last customer, but what I've seen with, for example, the payments ecosystem actually now starting to get all the subsidies on time on a quarterly basis, as well as the EV ecosystem starting to happen, I think some of this is changing. But I also work for an Israeli startup. Everything came out of defense. We don't have that talent density and ecosystem.
You have anything to add here?
I mean, it might have come out of defense, but drone tech was killed in India because of dependence on government. I think we were lagging behind. Blockchain, with the stigma of crypto, is kind of stuck because of all of these things, and there's so much that blockchain can do. I think I somehow feel that, from land records to birth, death, whatever degrees, there's so much that the government can help enable deep tech, but I don't see that happening for some reason or the other. And that is where, as an early stage investor, I become wary of a startup or a deep tech company that will depend on a government or governments across the world. So it is a challenge. I don't know if these 3 points will help solve it, but a lot of shift has to happen.
Anything to add, Vivek?
Yes, I work very closely with the incubators at various IITs, from IIT Madras to IIT Kanpur, and now even Plaksha universities. And I think that thing is changing, because deep tech, if you're talking about the startups, at the end of the day, the first research has to happen. It's only once you have that, what the fundamental research is there, that will translate into some kind of product. So I think that is changing. I work very closely with IIT Kanpur, and some of the startups there in the deep tech are really interesting. We are working with Plaksha also. We have this center of excellence. They have the concept of grand challenges, which we are, where the deep research is going on to identify the right problems and solving that. So that, I think the university will have to be a big part of the research, the deep tech ecosystem.
Yeah, so just as a closing note, I'm part of the organizing committee of Startup Mahakumbh, and I've seen the immense effort selflessly which everybody has put in, because we believe that this decade belongs to India, right? Absolutely. And it's great that we are having these very difficult conversations and challenging each other, instead of, all of us coming and appreciating each other and not talking about the issues that matter. So thank you for all of you for taking the time out, and it has been a pleasure moderating this session.
Thank you, Chan.
Thank you, Chan.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
fact, our next session is going to be a very, very exciting one. It takes us into the realm of what is cutting-edge technology, strategic national defense, and this panel is going to explore how space and defense sectors are setting the stage for India to emerge as a global superpower.
I am absolutely excited for space and defense, truly an area that I look forward to. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is moderated by the distinguished Rear Admiral retired Shekhar Mittalji, whose leadership in maritime and defense innovation is widely recognized. This discussion features experts like Mr. Arjun Rao, renowned for his strategic insights at Special Invest, Dr. Vinod Kumar, whose work at InSpace is shaping India's space ambitions, and Mr. Arun T. Ramachandran, a key leader at L&T. Please give them a big hand, everyone.
Good morning, gentlemen, ladies. My privilege to be hosting this particular session. My special thanks to my co-panelists, very, very distinguished panelists, right, I have with me, starting with Mr. Ramachandani. He is the Executive Vice President of L&T, has over almost about 40 years of service and heading L&T in various mega projects, right? And then we have also Dr. Vinod Kumar. He is Director InSpace. You will hear a lot about this particular agency, which has done remarkable work in last 4 years in opening up the space as far as NGE is concerned, non-government entities are concerned, the regulatory side of the space, commercialization of the space activities. We will know more from him. And then also we have from the, the VC side, without whom nothing happens really. The startup industry doesn't move. And we have a very renowned gentleman with us, Mr. Arjun Rao. He is the partner Special Invest. In fact, it's one of the doing a wonderful job and promoting the defense startups as well as the space startups. I personally have also interacted with their team. They are absolutely in the forefront of supporting this particular, the movement in both the defense and the aerospace side, right? So before I start with it, may I request my panelists to start, just to give a very brief introduction of all of you, can give a brief introduction, and then I'll start with on the main subject.
Okay, good morning. You'll be wondering what an old company like Larsen & Toubro is doing here. I just want to say that in today's ecosystem, companies like ours recognize the strength of the startup community, and we believe that it can be leveraged both for the growth of the country and for companies like ours. So we do engage strongly with the startup community. We do look at them as a great source of innovation and as a great driver of growth for tomorrow's economy. And, so my name is Arun Ramchandani, and I head the precision engineering and systems business of L&T. I've been working with L&T for the last 40 years. We have a significant business in the defense and aerospace segment. And I dare say that, 40 years back when I joined L&T as a trainee, we began the defense business as a startup. In those days, the defense sector was not open to the private industry. And we worked with DRDO, we developed our own products, and today we have created about $1 billion industry, maybe 35 years down the line, in that sector. So that's a brief introduction about myself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinod Kumar. And something on InSpace also you can particularly cover.
Yeah. Thank you, dear Admiral Sir. Very good morning all. How many of you know InSpace? Please raise hand. Very few know. So it's the right thing you have told that I should tell. Yeah, I am Dr. Vinod Kumar. Basically, I am Director Promotion Directorate at Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. So it's very nice. First of all, thanks to the organizers for bringing out such a nice panel discussion. So InSpace, you know ISRO? ISRO, how many of you know? Yeah, couple of. So see, before 2020, ISRO was doing every activity in space. Means they are launching satellite, making satellite, and having own orbital slots, etc. But it was in 24 June 2020 when Honorable Prime Minister announced the space sector reform, where each company, those who were early working as a vendor or new companies, can take up any activity in space which ISRO was doing. So it was a dramatic shift. Any Indian citizen can carry out any space activity under the sun in the space sector. So that is the brief, wherein you can make your own launch vehicle, you can launch your satellite, manufacture your satellite, do the data analysis, take the data, take the orbital slot. So there is a dramatic shift. Now there was a requirement to have a space regulator, because this activity has to be regulated. So that was the purpose that Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center was formed. We are basically a regulator of space, but promotion is required because our industry is at a nascent stage. So various things are there. We will cover strategies, how we can become the next global giant from India. I am Director Promotion, heading Promotion Directorate at InSpace. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Arjun, please.
Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, Admiral Sir, for having me and, as part of these esteemed gentlemen, right? I represent Special Invest. We're an early stage venture capital firm investing in deep technology ideas. I think Amitabh Kant sir previously talked about the criticality of deep tech for our country at this point in time across multiple sectors, but particularly within defense and space tech. We've been running Special Invest now for about 8+ years, have made close to 40 investments across multiple cutting-edge sectors that are at the intersection of engineering, hardware, sciences, and software. Usually some intersection of these things coming together to solve really complex problems is our base definition of deep tech. We've been fortunate and lucky enough to particularly have a strong presence and exposure to the space and defense startup ecosystem. We were very early investors in the space tech startup landscape in this country in 2018. Maybe, sir, we were a little impatient and we invested even before in-space policy was put, but we invested in a company called Agnikul Cosmos, which was, 100% 3D printed rocket from IIT Madras in 2018. We have since then gone on to invest in Earth observation satellites, communication satellites, quantum cryptography, and other space tech solutions. We're possibly the most active space tech investor in this country with 6 investments in that domain, and hope to do more, many more in the future with the support of InSpace and the ecosystem. Of course, none of this would be possible without sort of, riding on the shoulders of giants such as ISRO or even LLT for that matter, right? The talent pool and this ecosystem, right? So we're very excited. We're of course doing things in energy, green hydrogen, in defense and communication as well. 40+ companies, 8 years, a little more than $100 million that we have accessible to us. But what drives us every day is working with young entrepreneurs who are trying to, young and old entrepreneurs for that matter, who are trying to change the landscape of Indian defense and space tech, and for India to be a very, very strong force. So thankful to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. That's a nice. So basically, let's get into the subject for the day, the next global giants from India. Yes, being an optimist and a co-founder of Rakisi Marine, a company which has won the first Aditi 1 contract, right? And this is for the fabrication design of XL UUV, which is extra large unmanned underwater vehicle, right? Which was in the wish list of the Navy for last 20 years. And now this project has been given in an open competition by IDEX. We'll come on the IDEX a little later for those who are not aware of it, by MOD, right? Ministry of Defense, Indian Navy. And the point of significance is this vessel, entire vessel, as I said, will be powered by a totally indigenous software developed in-house by our team. Right? That is the biggest of the plus. Indian Navy, mind you, was waiting for last 20 years for the project. The next important point to note is which are the other companies world over who are doing this development, and you will read about only the giants, big giants like Boeing, like ELTA, like the Naval Group are the ones who are working on this system. And if these are the type of projects which are being given to startups like us, Legacy Marine, and there are many, many others who are doing a phenomenal job, certainly as far as the Indian defense startup is concerned, or for that matter space startup is concerned, we are on the right path, right? So it is a time for celebration, but then what has to be seen is, do we really, the trust what has been reposed by the system, are we able to meet that particular thing, the specifications what has been given, right? Now same is the story, as he mentioned in the space sector with the Agnikul, right? They have done a phenomenal job, and you talk to the large number of VCs who have really committed funds at the early stage, right? And these sort of success stories rubs on the system and provides further impetus to the startup setup. As per InSpace website, nearly 400 startups are active and more than 300 million has been raised in funding by the space startups. And same is the story, right, with the defense startups. Large number of startups have raised funds. You would have read yesterday's news only. Tunvo had raised large amount of funds, 4th stage of funding before the IPO. Idea Forge, Sagar Defense, Planes, Legacy Marine, there are some others who have succeeded in raising good funds on account of clear visibility as far as the order book is concerned and the demonstration of the execution capabilities as far as the project is concerned. But likely order book with each of these startups post-successful demonstration of the prototypes is in hundreds of crores with each startup. Like today, the Legacy Marine has a clear visibility of order as on today, almost of over 400 to 500 crores. And this is just within about a year and a half, about 2 years or so. It does shows that these startups are on the right trajectory to meet indigenous requirements of high-end weapon systems. Of course, the success stories have been made possible due to transformative policy initiatives at both macro and micro levels by the political leadership of the country. When these things flow down right from the Prime Minister level, right, it has its different impact. And that's what is very, very evident. Adoption of Make in India in 2015, followed by a strategic transition to Atmanirbhar Bharat in 2018, which entailed generation of IP within the country. That means what? You are moving basically from manufacturing to print, from manufacturing to print to manufacturing to design, right? And through the help of the startups. So basically, government, in order to move from Make in India to a stage where, you were going to Atmanirbhar, came out with a startup policy, and to further this startup policy, government introduced two new agencies. One was in 2018 where IDEX was set up, and IDEX was set up as a part of DIO, which is a Section 8 company. We'll cover a little more about the IDEX, right? Because this IDEX has played a major role along with the defense forces, along with the Ministry of Defense, along with the VC setup, all of them put together. So you see, basically it is a very, very planned move by the government at the central level to see that how do you move the manufacturing from TOT, which was taking place till about 2014, to manufacturing in India, right, through the startup setup. The shift from DRDO-led R&D to startup-driven approach incentivized by government grants has democratized and expanded the reach of innovation, commercial R&D and entrepreneurship to young, bright minds in the colleges, MSMEs and new entrepreneurs, allowing rapid induction of new age technologies in the defense and space systems, two sectors which have a strong symbiotic relationships. These have played major role in the growth of the startups, in maturing of the startups, in connecting these startups with the users, whether it is defense, whether it is DRDO, whether it is ISRO and such agencies. Now, as far as this IDEX is concerned, it was launched by Honorable Prime Minister in 2018 with the aim to create an ecosystem to foster innovation in technology development in defense and aerospace by engaging innovators, entrepreneurs, academia, R&D institutes to develop technologically advanced solutions for modernizing armed forces. Please note, in 2018, when IDEX was launched, it was also to look after the space side, right? It is only subsequently government realized the potential, and government realized that they are opening up, they'll be able to harness that considerable opportunity which is available in the sector, and also the capability which is there with our youth, with our entrepreneurs, that they came out with another agency in space in 2020. Now, in last 7 years, IDEX has launched 544, problem statements which have been given to defense startups to take up. These challenges include the problem statements as received from the armed forces and 16 DPSUs on diverse systems: communication systems, sensors, imaging, AI, ML, sensors technology, arms and ammunition, drones, autonomous vessels, etc. Now, 13,000 applications have been received, and grant of 400 crores has been approved so far. 4 types of challenges with differing grant amounts based on the complexity are raised, and these include the DISC challenge. Now here, important point is, generally we all know governments are a little slow to move. But please realize, in 2018, IDEX started with a DISC challenge which had a grant of only 1.5 crores, which was subsequently revised to the Defense Prime. Now this Defense Prime statements, the challenges had a grant of rupees 10 crores. This included something like smart ships and things like that. And government further upped the ante by coming up with a program of Aditi. And this is the same program I mentioned to you. The first challenge under Aditi was won by Rakesi Marine with an in-house developed software for autonomous vessels. Now, within 1 year, government has announced 3 Aditi challenges, right? And as I mentioned to you, each challenges entail grant of up to 25 crores, right? So what are we saying? Government is ready to open the purse strings, right, to the people, to the entrepreneurs, to the startups who are ready to take the challenges as posed by the armed forces or as posed by the PSUs. So again and again, what is the point which is coming? Government is doing its bit. Now it's up to us, our own people, right? If we are ready to take the challenges, please raise the hand. And in fact, publicly, Honorable Defense Minister and so are the other ministers in the government have said, if you are ready with a product, you have a product, approach us, we'll help you, we'll support you. And I'm making these statements particularly for the VC community, right? So to give them a confidence, as far as government is concerned, government is doing its role. Right? It is up to us to realize, yes, the system at this moment is supportive enough, right, in the favor of startups. Now, initially, majority of the challenges has come from the Indian Navy. And as far as the Indian Navy is concerned, amongst the armed forces, it has been pioneering the indigenization since late 60s, right? We started our shipbuilding program, that Leander class program, in late 60s. And since then, right, almost over 90% of our naval ships are being built in country, right? Almost as on today, there are good, 45 ships which are under construction for the Navy alone, and same for the Coast Guard, right? So this is about IDEX. You have heard about InSpace also, right? So now let's get into the pointed questions, right? So I'll ask some pointed questions, right, with our panelists to educate all of us, right? Now, as far as L&T is concerned, we know the contribution of the L&T. We know the size of L&T. We know how long, in every space, in every sector they are there. And they have played a pioneering role. And same is the story with the defense. Whether it is the Navy, Army, Air Force, you must be hearing about the part construction of the submarines, part construction of the ships, or full construction of the ships as the case, in differing case, or the artillery guns. So they are there everywhere. And same is the torpedo tube launchers and the rocket launchers and different weapon systems, right? So my basic point and basic question to him is, which you initially touched upon, how do you see this startup setup? Do you see them as a challenge, right, to the big, giants like L&T, or you feel that yes, they have a supplementary role and can really support in this, vision of India to be a builder's India?
So like I said in the beginning, we see it more of an opportunity than a challenge. We believe that this is an ecosystem that can be harnessed for innovation, that can enable large companies like ours to innovate quicker and to democratize our innovation. So broadly, I would say it's a huge opportunity. Of course, many of them with their disruptive efforts could be challengers to people like us who are established, and we are very cognizant of that, and we actually look at how we can leverage their strength for our development.
Great, sir. Just one more thing, since L&T has been involved in big projects for a considerable time, what problems you envisage startups will face, in ramping up to the level what we are talking about today? Some advice to the startups?
Yeah. So, if there is one thing that my journey has taught me, that there are no shortcuts in life, and, the road to success and sustainable success is a hard one. And, for all those startups who are aspiring, who have innovation, converting innovation into a sustainable business model is something which requires a lot of effort. It requires building organizations, it requires building capabilities, it requires penetrating the market, it requires building reliability into the product, and especially in a sector like defense, where product reliability is very critical. It doesn't suffice to have an idea which works in the lab. You have to take it out there in the field and manage the multiple challenges which the field throws up.
I think you've hit the nail. It's very, very rightly said, converting innovation to a sustainable business solution, right? These are two different things, and they need to be worked upon by the startups. Very, very relevant point here. Dr. Vinod, I have a couple of questions from your side, right? I am not so well aware of InSpace. Of course, for this panel, I did do some research. But tell me, you said you are a regulator. Does Department of Space officially recognize you as a regulator? Is that the role which is given to you, or it is a assumed role? I saw somewhere it's an autonomous body. I saw somewhere the crest of Government of India is being used, right? So what is the exact position? Suppose a proposal goes from you today, is it binding on the Space Department, Ministry of Space, or how does it work? Just in very short, brief.
Excellent, excellent question. So we are attached to the Department of Space because Space Activities Bill is pending. So it is in the last stage, which will be put in the Parliament at any time. So we are a Government of India body, we are a regulator of space, but since now we have to regulate the activities of government also, like ISRO and private companies also, so we are supposed to be an autonomous body. So we are formed with a cabinet decision, and gazette notification is already there for that, and we have submitted the Space Activities Bill to the committee. At any time it can come in Parliament, then we are fully autonomous.
So how much budgetary support you get year after year?
It is from Department of Space, because the department is required to be for that. So can I come to the point of title of this talk, where space global giant?
Please.
Yeah, very interesting topic, that what all we are doing, what all is required to become a global giant. So I will divide it into two parts. What are the core pillars to become a global giant? What are the strengths of India? So what is the cost-effective solutions? We are known for cost-effective solutions, be it manufacturing, be it IT solution, be it sending satellite to Mars, Moon, or anything for that. So that is our core. We should use that to become a global giant. And we are sure that in that direction our companies are working, and they are much ahead rest of the world companies, except one or two countries. Second thing is the real-time data-driven solutions. we have been working, our company, our private startups. We were operationalized in 2022. And in 2014, there were one startup only, and presently we have 300 plus space startup. So there's a big jump. We are the world leader in registering companies, plus providing various kind of solutions. The third approach is the advanced in-house technologies. If you come these three things to become a global giant, additionally you need the demand for that. For sustainability, you need the demand. So if you count last 1 year and so, I can see around 50,000 crore worth of opportunity is there for the private companies to work in the space sector. This include a small part of ISRO budget as well, because whenever ISRO is taking the subsystems and other things are done, 60% of that is from the private companies. So we have a lot of money demand from the government. Additionally, as a part of decadal vision and strategy, where we have devised the strategy for the Indian space sector, we want to take it from 2% to 8%. Our target is within next 10 years, by 2033, our economy, our share in global economy should be around $44 billion. To that, we are working with all central ministries, state governments, in addition to the private companies and individuals for the demand generation. That is a very important, 50,000 crore is from them, from the government only. It doesn't include defense budget. If you do that, it can be other. Strategies maybe I will take up later, but I need to tell what all we are doing is the transfer of technology. Over 80 technologies we have transferred. Lab utilization, we have established a 100 crore lab where you can carry out the activities, your design activities, testing and take to the launch pad. We have the co-working space also. Strategic funding, we have the scheme from pre-incubation entrepreneurship development program up to the seed fund scheme where 1 crore we give. Technology adoption fund of 500 crore where up to 25 crore one company will give. And venture capitalist fund is also there, which is 1,000 crore alternative investment fund. So fund of fund for deep tech is already announced by 1 lakh crore by the government in this budget. You see expertise, we have the residence expert pool at our payroll where they are available for your consultation free of cost. We have technical consultants, 1 minute I will take because most of the time went in the introduction. Then comes the talent development and skill development. We have already conducted 9 courses in space domain which are very important to develop the skill. They are short-term capsule courses recognized by Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Skill Development. They are credit courses. We have prepared the syllabus for BTech minor and major degree plus MTech. They are also approved by All India Council of Technical Education to prepare the youth. We have the immersion program for the youth. We have the program for, in addition to immersion program,
Dr. Vinod, time has run out. May I request you?
Last point, sir. So, in addition to this, to become a global giant, it is necessary to have the global collaboration. We have carried out a study on global collaboration strategy for projecting India as a global manufacturing hub. With these few words, I will stop, sir. Just 2-3 minutes I have taken. Thank you. 10 minutes were yours. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Nice of you. I am being reminded by the organizers. Time has run out. Sorry for curtailing that. Mr. Arjun, will you like to share your views on the VC side? What do you expect more from the agencies, particularly the government, IDEX, or in space, so as to inspire more confidence in VCs?
Thank you. I think, as an early stage startup, there are 2 primary challenges that companies face outside of needing more capital from VCs. That's, number one is how long does it take and how can they build the robust solution that Arun sir spoke about. Our ecosystem coming from a services and a software led startup ecosystem over the last 20 years is possibly relatively more tuned to build fast, fail fast, and break things sort of model, which is okay possibly in some software and commercial use cases, but is definitely not okay in this defense and space ecosystem. So I think time to build and capital infrastructure to build cutting edge products is one of the number one core challenges that early stage startups face. So one, venture capital can provide some of the capital, but the infrastructure needed, you need lab facilities, you need testing facilities, you need access to know-how through agencies such as InSpace and others, you need materials access and supply chain, you need very specialized chips and sensors. That again is an opportunity for our ecosystem to build out, because we may be reliant on some other countries that may be politically sensitive for us. So all of these factors go into building a very robust product that can be taken to the defense forces or the space ecosystem, right? So that is number one. We need to provide this as an ecosystem in addition to capital. Number two, of course, the IDEX grants, either at design stage or at production stage, linked benefits are being availed by multiple of our startups and the rest of the ecosystem, which is very, very promising. I think what we need to do is figure out the best way of leveraging every single rupee that comes in from private capital, and in for every rupee that comes in, if government, industry and academia particularly can come together and give another 3 or 4 rupees, right? So then instead of a startup having to raise $5 or $10 million, they can start with $2 million, right? And starting with $2 million and with that mindset, then you can go a long way. And with that, if you can crack the first orders with either defense forces through the IDEX challenges or the other challenges, right? And that leverage of capital is immensely important. We're seeing this happening a lot. A lot of our portfolio companies are benefiting, and non-portfolio companies as well. But we're at a critical place where the type of ideas are also emerging and changing. I think war is changing in a very unique way, right? So there is the old and then there's the new. We need drones, we need AI systems, we need data, we need newer kinds of sensors. I think the opportunities ahead are phenomenal. So 2 parts: how to build robust systems by working with the ecosystem, and number 2, how to leverage every single dollar that is available, because we're not necessarily a dollar rich.
Wonderful advice by my co-panelists. I'm thankful to all of them, and I think this will go a long way in creating a sustained, value system for the successful transfer of our startups to a global level, to a global scale. I think the technology is changing very, very rapidly, and with this rapidly changing technology, our startups, the young startups, the bright boys from IITs, and other good colleges like NITs are best placed to see how these new technologies are adopted in our systems. So thank you very much once again for the participation, and thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this discussion. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Honorable Deputy CM, Sri Bhatti Vikramarka Garu, and all the dignitaries on the dais, participants of today's event, and media. A very good afternoon to all of you. It's an extremely great occasion to celebrate the Corporate Social Responsibility Awards, and I'm extremely happy that about 45 applicants were there, and I wouldn't say that winners and losers, but I would say everyone is a winner, because anyone who contributes for corporate social responsibility is a winner. And in my opinion, all of you are great, and thank you so much for giving your best to the society. In fact, you would all must have, in your journey to social responsibility thought that CSR is a taboo in India. Why I am saying it's a taboo is that people who are receiving the benefits think that these corporates, these companies have too much money and they just start throwing peanuts to us. I don't know whether I have to talk these things in an open forum, but this is my expertise or experience in my corporate life. For the last 40 years, I have been into social responsibility, and I feel wherever we give, we don't really see the gratitude or the cooperation or the positivity from public. They think that, this fellow is putting up an industry here, he's polluting us, and he has to do something to us. The other important thing, what I have also seen is many of the corporates like us who spend money on the CSR, forget about the Government of India's mandatory this thing, but many of us go over and beyond what is mandatory. So we spend too much from our own side, not because it is mandatory, but because it gives us some kind of a satisfaction to our own culture. What I've seen is majority of us spend money out of which close to 60% goes towards the salaries, towards wasteful expenditure of our own employees, or pilferage by our own contractors or whatever. So I would always feel that a very close watch on how much you are spending and how much is actually going into the grassroots of where you want to really spend. We cannot overlook whatever money we are spending, because it's very, very important that every penny what we have and what we are giving, it goes to the actual needy, or it goes to the sustainable survival of a scheme what you are doing. So that's very, very important, and here I see several leaders of the corporates and social responsibility organizations. I think most of us don't look at these things. We just look at some detailed project report prepared by someone and just write a check, and some organization or manager delivers it, and end of the day 30-40% is only going there. The other important thing what I feel is that there are several social enterprises sitting here, people who are running these social enterprises. I should really commend them that, they're doing a great job for this society, because today sustainability also needs to be social. When you have a good social enterprise, we have the academia, you have the IMTs like organizations, and we have TIS and other organizations. So ASSOCHAM should take up the responsibility of preparing some projects, some project reports, which are sustainable with the help of consultants, with the help of social enterprises. Prepare reports where these reports can be shared with the corporates. Because many of the corporates like us, we want to do something to the society, we don't know what to do. And what we do may not really go to the actual needy. So, with the experience of the consultants, with the social enterprises, with academia, right from small enterprise, small initiatives to large initiatives. It could be anything. It could be village enterprises, it could be anything. And also, we should also create, through the social responsibility, some social enterprise in the villages. So that way you are creating jobs and other things. So if ASSOCHAM can lead this, create some 50 or 100 project reports, right, from 10 lakhs to 10 crores or 100 crores. So these reports can be shared freely to everyone. and people can use them, and you can also create a registered list of good implementing partners like UNICEF or any of these organizations, so that the corporates can reach out to them and implement these programs, and government also can help in connecting to the various district authorities, where they can also suggest what is the need in this village or in this district or in this state. So SHM has a bigger role in creating a proper report, and then share it with everyone, put it in the websites, so that not only for the state of Telangana, but it is useful for the entire country. So I'm sure if SHM agrees with me, I think you should take up this responsibility and help most of the corporates who are within the society, and it will really help the country and the sustainability of the country. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon. So, as Professor Bahar was saying, that for any business school, as we do in the IMT system, we tend to have a lot of learnings that we take from the industry. And one such attempt is to understand how we can bring in or imbibe sustainability into our program. Because our own thought is that though there could be a lot of talent available in the space of, in the technical space, which talks about sustainability, but in the managerial space, there is a need to imbibe and sensitize students about sustainability, and so that they can go and perform their duties, as required. Because sustainability is a field, it is no more an option, it is an obligation. That is, the way we need to think in a positive way, of course. So what IMT Ghaziabad has done is that in collaboration with United Nations Global Compact, we are trying to drive home a survey for which there is a flyer on each of the tables, and if you go to the second page, there's a scanner. If you scan that thing, they will ask you some questions. What is the requirement is that if you can fill that flyer, that will give us a lot of information about how sustainability is perceived in the industry and how they can be inculcated into our curriculum. So we would really request your help to help us build a curriculum where we can imbibe the industry thoughts and take it together as an industry and academia collaboration to create a leadership, who can contribute to the sustainable, businesses in creating sustainable societies. Thank you. Thank you very much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
I would like to extend a warm welcome to the distinguished speakers, jury members, awardees, and all the delegates who are present here today for this 6th edition of CSR and Sustainability Conference 2024, happening first time at Hyderabad. I was told that more than 100 corporates are participating in the event, and under the leadership of Professor P.D. Jose of IIM Bangalore, the eminent jury has selected the winners today. On behalf of SHM Southern Chapter, and also from Telangana and AP, as I'm the co-chair for the chapter. I congratulate all the winners of these awards. A total of 45 nominations have been received from various entities, corporates, under 9 CSR and sustainability categories. And the jury involved under Professor P.D. Jose, under his leadership from IIM Bangalore, we had other academia like Symbiosis, Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies, Goa Institute of Management, NSB, and GAT. With these eminent jury members, out of 45, we have about 20 winners today who have shown their excellence in their respective fields, and they could win these awards because of those contributions. SHM Southern Region had organized the Corporate Social Responsibility and Sustainability Awards to recognize companies that have made a positive impact from April 2023 to March 2024 through their innovative and sustainable CSR initiatives. This happened in Bangalore last year. The objective of the award is to acknowledge, motivate, incentivize corporate members for their contribution towards social and environmental goals, and look at the CSR mandate as an opportunity to move towards strategic philanthropy rather than an onerous compliance with support from civil society and state governments to make a difference to the lives of people in the state. So entries, as I said, are judged by an academia representatives. Jury evaluated entries based on innovation, local relevance of impact that these participating nominees have been coordinating, integrated to company business strategy and governance mechanism. The most important benchmark would be what extent the corporate has embarked on mainstreaming CSR and sustainability initiatives to center stage and meeting all stakeholder expectations. So as I said, out of 45 applications that we received, there are 21 winners who will be receiving these awards today, and I would like to congratulate once again on behalf of the entire SHM Southern chapter for winning these awards. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
శ్రీ సురేష్ చుక్కపల్లి గారు, శ్రీ రాంబాబు బూరుగు గారు, శ్రీ శ్రీకాంత్ బాడిగాజీ, కేఎం బహారుల్ ఇస్లాంజీ, శ్రీ అభిషేక్ రంజన్జీ, డాక్టర్ కృష్ణ ఏదులాజీ, మచ దినేష్ బాబు గారు, and all other entrepreneurs and distinguished guests of the day. Namaskaram and good evening to all of you. It is a privilege to be here this evening at the CSR and Sustainability Conference organized by ASSOCHAM. I thank the organizer for choosing Hyderabad, a city that blends economic dynamism with deep human values. As a host for this important dialogue, friends, particularly I thank Sri Suresh Chukkapalli garu and other organizers for conducting not only this meeting, but also for doing their service to the society for more than 2-3 decades for the betterment of the then combined state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana also, particularly. When I was being asked to come and participate in this meeting, first I asked the organizers what exactly this is. Then they told me that this is something like, the entrepreneurs and industrialists, by not only making wealth and also by distributing the wealth to the society for the betterment of the people and the development of the society. And I said, I'll definitely come. And I really thank the organizers once again for inviting me for this kind of program. And also I appreciate all the participants, those who got the awards and appreciation. The reason is we all know that the wealth which has been created by certain industries are being locked earlier, but now majority of the industries and the wealth creators are trying to distribute the wealth, whatever they are generating, to the society. This is a very good sign. Particularly in South India, majority of the wealth creators are trying to give their best to the society by helping the needy people. We often refer to CSR as a legal obligation of 2% of profits earmarked by good cause. But let me offer a different lens. The real purpose of CSR is not about ticking a box. It is about recognizing that growth without inclusion is fragile, and that profits without purpose are hollow. Sustainability is not only about the environment, it is about human dignity also. It is about ensuring that the benefits of growth don't stop at gated offices and boardrooms, but reach the girl in a government school, the farmer in a dry mandal, the artisan in a forgotten hamlet. In Telangana, we are shaping a new development narrative, one that does not separate economics from ethics. With our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanth Reddy Garu, we are committed to building a state that is fiscally responsible, socially inclusive, and environmentally conscious. Public education that is modern, inclusive, and technology-enabled kind of a system we are trying to improve in the state of Telangana. Primary health care that reaches the doorstep by not only encouraging the rural hospitals, but also by encouraging the needy, poorer sections of the society by giving Raju Arogyasri to the tune of 10 lakh rupees for each family in a year to go to any corporate hospital and get the treatment. And a power sector that balances financial sustainability with uninterrupted affordable supply. And also, let me tell you, 3 ideas drawn from our experience in governance Be local, not just logical. Go deep in the places you operate. Understand the lived realities, support existing community institutions instead of duplicating them. Investment in not only just creating a wealth, you invest even in the values-based industries and value-based society also. Building will fade, but people's capacities, their skills, their confidence, their leadership will carry impact forward for decades together. Focus on dignity, not just a mere dependency. True development empowers people to stand on their feet, not wait with empty hands. Let every CSR initiative carry the spirit of Swaraj, self-belief and self-determination. Friends, we live in a world unprecedented resources and extraordinary inequalities. It is now clear that trickle-down economics had not worked. What we need is lift all development that lifts the voices, the aspirations and the lives of the many, not just the few. I would like to tell you once again, the government that is led by the Congress party has always believed that economic growth must be anchored in social justice, and the work we do in Telangana is a reflection of that conviction. To the business leaders gathered here, I urge you to look beyond the balance sheet toward the future we are shaping together. A future that is fairer, greener, and more human. Let us not act not out of charity, but out of shared responsibility. Let us work not for applause, but for transformation. Let us not just build companies that endure, but societies that flourish. Friends, I just wanted to tell you something. Generally, there will be a feeling among many of the industries and the business community and the bureaucrats and other people who are not into day-to-day social life. The governments are not seriously thinking about the empowerment of the society. But I'll tell you, certain governments, where they really think about building the society from the grassroots level. The governments always design, plan, and try to execute to the maximum extent of with an inclusive growth of that particular society. In a state like Telangana, generally people used to think about that it is a feudal structure. But now it has transformed into such a beautiful state where Telangana state is not only competing the other developed states of the country, but also it is trying to compete with the most developed countries in the world. Be it as in education, or in health, or in infrastructure, or even in producing the food grains also. Today the government of Telangana is trying to build, when many of our friends are thinking of trying to help the society through your CSR funds, what I thought I'll just, as Suresh Chukapaliji, when he was addressing the gathering here, he told that many of the industries, or many of the people, they might be having so many dreams of investing or spending or donating or for a good cause, but unfortunately they don't find a good platform from where that they can spend that money. That is where many of them are, even though they wanted to come out and spend for the society, not able to come and do that. But luckily, of late, many of the governments and many of the societies have designed in such a way, like even, for example, state of Telangana, we have designed of late schools called Young India Integrated Residential Schools. First, when we thought of these kind of schools, nobody believed it. It's because each school is designed in not less than 25 acres of campus with an international standard of learning and best of the best facilities of the available facilities anywhere in the world. Like each school is costing somewhere around not less than 200 crores. Like this kind of schools that we have already started in 1 year, sanctioned nearing about 100 schools in the state of Telangana, each in one assembly segment. So these kinds of schools, when we started, many of our friends came and told us it is easy to build, but it's very difficult to maintain. That particular time, one friend advised me, if anyone, any multinational companies or corporate sectors, if they come forward to extend their helping hand in maintaining these schools every year. First I thought nobody will come. The moment we announced it, in 15 days, all 100 schools, they have given their names that they will maintain those schools. So today, if you create a proper platform, there are many people to come and work for them. So that is where I just wanted to tell you the state of Telangana is creating a best of the best platform for all the corporate sectors where your every paisa, where all that you want to spend, that all that money is very transparent and is going to the proper needy people of the society to whom you are targeting. So those kind of platforms are readily available. So I extend my invitation to all the heads of the institutions, where all you want to come forward of spending your money properly. Yes, you can think and rely on the state of Telangana, where these kind of institutions are readily available, where you can really spend, you can see the growth of the society through these kind of institutions. And even for that case, even the hospitals, even for that case, many of the, the universities, skill universities, when we first thought after the government formed, we have invited many of the industries. They said, the state is good, you have a good number of engineering colleges, good human resources, but unfortunately we are not able to find proper skilled people in the state of Telangana. Then we have asked them what to do. They said, start the skill university. We are all there to come and share our expertise and to contribute some funds also. Then our chief minister immediately gave a thought to it and he started Young India Skill University also in Hyderabad. And apart from that, all over the state, in combined Andhra Pradesh and olden days, we have started ITIs. Today, all those ITIs are outdated. The kind of machinery which has come with fully automated kind of machinery has come. They suggested, why don't you develop these centers as advanced technology centers? I said, fine. Immediately we sanctioned nearing about 100 advanced technology centers where many of the India's top industries have come and participated in that. They are also trying to do their best by adding CSR funds and all that. So these kinds of things are readily available. Platforms is available here for the people who really want to come and help the society. And I really appreciate choosing Hyderabad for you all to come here and to have a meeting and conference. And organize is also, getting all of you to Hyderabad and making to discuss what kind of facilities and platforms are available for you people to invest or to spend your seeds of funds. And state is very well equipped with all kinds of infrastructure. You can come here, set up all your business institutions, and this is the best of the best state where you don't have a weather problem, best suited weather in the country, best infrastructure, no language problem, no barriers, very friendly state, and the government is very, very, much committed to invite all kinds of sectors to get developed in this state of Telangana. We welcome you and we wish you all the best, and feel free to reach the state of Telangana, and this government is a friendly government and we respect wealth creators wholeheartedly, and I wish you all the best. Thank you, Nidha.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Distinguished guests on the dais, members and office bearers of SHM South, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor to be part of this event, especially when members of the industry are gathered. In fact, it has been long been said, if we have to rethink our education, particularly in business and management, we should be closer to the industry. There must be a recycling back of the knowledge which our graduates gain from day one entering the industry. It is also a challenge within the system with which we work to incorporate many of the learnings which I say as a treasure house of working knowledge from the industry. It is occasions like this which gives us an opportunity to look into a vista of experience, of hard work, of practical strategic decision making, all perhaps gathering a century of knowledge within this room. Each one of you contribute to that flow of knowledge, which perhaps only trickle down to our textbooks and classrooms. In coming years at IMT Hyderabad, we would try to intensify our interactions. Some of the best schools in the world are incorporating industry-generated programs, industry-focused programs, or industry-owned programs. We had two specialized programs, one in IT and one in logistics and supply chain management. In coming years, this should be perhaps more tailor-made and customized. And as far as today's theme is concerned, this is one of, again, our biggest challenge in 21st century education is to translate the dichotomy or the constant struggle between what our young mind or children want to be, our education system will let them be. So we have seen MBAs and bankers becoming novelists, engineers becoming filmmakers. Many of those talented minds, actually, we don't let them be in our campus. Our society, our culture, our familial bond, many other things. One of the essence of that is that sustain us is our center, our roots, and our familial bonds. But at the same time, Those social and familial and cultural tags also bind us to a particular path. If you have got some marks, you must do medicine and NEET and then CAT and then MBA and then do something. Perhaps this is the time when our sustainability is more based on what our managers want to be. And if managers want to be leading industry which is sustaining to the nature, then at the same time our syllabus and industry stalwarts like you must walk the talk when we design our curriculum. Very soon we are going to conclude our new program reform, postgraduate program review. Through this dais, through this platform, I welcome you to help us redefine what one of my teachers at Harvard Business School said, Srikant Dattar, the dean, to redefine the MBA for the future. And perhaps this is the time when CSR, social responsibility, ethical leadership, not only remain taglines of our syllabus and textbooks, but people from industry comes out as a symbol of those leadership. Your sustainability story must be told in our classroom, not in books, not in newspaper, not in business standards. Young minds will be impressed by your presence. Whatever small changes you might have done, I want my future students to learn from the doers who has done this in their own way. Sustainability, CSR, every day in India, hundreds of industry managers and leaders, owners, entrepreneurs are experimenting with their life, soil and toil and blood. Let those stories come back to our classroom, ignite the young mind. Perhaps that will be the biggest service to sustainability and CSR movement jointly together in India. With these words, I thank the organizers, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you. IMT Hyderabad campus is near the airport. I don't wish your flight to be delayed, but anytime you have 1 hour to spare, please come. And this time I can really welcome you to the Irani chai and Osmania biscuit starting this year. Drop in at our Shamshabad campus, either catching a flight or even when you are going home, you can relax. See our campus, talk to our students. They are the future leaders. You want them to grow. Help us to build that mind. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think every good thing has come to a logical or a good ending, but this whole program would not have been possible without the city of Hyderabad support, and we are so welcomed by the city. So I think for the city of Hyderabad, let's have a big round of applause for hosting us for the 6th conference. We have seen it in Chennai, Bangalore, but I think it's great to be back in Hyderabad. How many of you are not from Hyderabad? Can we see a show of hand? How many people are here who are not from Hyderabad? I think 50% are not from Hyderabad. And I can tell you one secret. If you really want to enjoy driving, take your car from Bangalore, which I do, and probably take me more time to reach the outskirts of the Karnataka than reaching from there to Hyderabad. So that's the city of Hyderabad, friends. In fact, last week I came to the US consulate for visa, and my kid and my wife told that why don't we look at second option as a Hyderabad. So that makes me, and we have started our operations in Hyderabad last year. Our office is right across in the Mindspace. So with this, I will do a formal vote of thanks. I think we are really honored to have the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Government of Telangana, Sri Bhatti Vikramataji, for gracing us here and giving us a lot of inputs. How do we can take it forward? Not just we meet here, we know each other, hear each other, but also take it forward by creating the focus groups. And I'm sure institutions like IMT Hyderabad, Nasi Monji, who are present here, probably collaborate with ASSOCHAM to and take this forward. We are also deeply honored to have the district collector and district magistrate, Srimati Hari Chandana Dashari, IAS, Government of Telangana. Ma'am, thank you so much. I think the city of Hyderabad is becoming better and bolder and probably giving competition to any other city in this country. How many agree that Hyderabad is the best city with vibes and life? How many agree? Everybody? A city of vibe and life. That's Hyderabad for me. And with this, also thank Mr. Suresh Chukrapalliji. He is the Chairman Emeritus of Phoenix Group and Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Korea. Sir, thank you so much for your gracious presence. Also like to thank the Director of IMT Hyderabad, Mr. Dr. K.M. Barul Islamji, for gracing us and being our academic partner this year. Also would like to thank Mr. Ram Babu Burguji, who is the co-chairman of the ASSOCHAM Telangana. Sorry if I am mispronouncing some names. My apology for that. Also like to thank my partner in crime, Dr. Krishna Yedula from Virtusa, who is the co-chairman. I think he has been relentlessly working for it. Last year he wanted to do this event in Hyderabad, but somehow I persuaded him to do it in Bangalore. But this year we did it in Hyderabad. So I think one guy who deserves the biggest round of applause is Dr. Krishna Yedula, because he is the man to bring it to the Hyderabad. And also take this opportunity to thank the team who actually behind the scene for the last 6 months, working with the jury, working with the corporates. We had almost 500 people turn out today. We expected 300, by the way. So I think if there was some logistical nightmare, but bear with us. But I think the few people who really made this event what we have calling a spectacular event, starting with, and I would like to just recognize them once on the stage, because they have relentlessly worked for the last several months. Starting with the Regional Director of ASSOCHAM, Dinesh Macha, where are you? Please come. Please rise. Vishwanath from ASSOCHAM, Padma Priya, who was a great master of ceremony today, Jyoti from Vachusa, and again our own Padma from ASSOCHAM. I think these 5 people who really made this event what we are today. And I really request our chief guest and our Madam DC to just give them a bouquet to just recognize their hard work, what they have put in. I request our Deputy Chief Minister as well as our DC to give them a bouquet.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
It's a happiest moment for me. Exactly 1 year before, when we had the pre-conference workshop at Science IIT Bombay, hosted by Science IIT Bombay, without consulting my office bearers and the governing body members, sumoto I took a decision and I announced, saying that the next pre-conference workshop and conference we'll have it at Hyderabad, and we want THUB and CCMB to take it forward. And I don't know what conference, but I had conference with my colleagues and friends who have been there with my network. And Vijay was there, Ramji was there on that particular day. And immediately I made an announcement, I looked at them, they nodded their head, and it has happened today, exactly 1 year before. And thanks to all the Hyderabad incubators who have joined hands in organizing this, and especially to THUB and CCMB for making this event to happen. In this pre-conference, I also take this opportunity to recognize the presence of Mr. H.K. Mittal with us amongst us. He's sitting in the last row today. Right. It's a pleasure to have him with us because 20 years before when this association has been formed, he was like part of the association, well-wisher of the association. Right? It's a peculiar community is us. An association, right, will negotiate with the government, will try to do with the government. But as an incubation center, 20 years before when we started this association, where a few of us are still continuing, right, Bala, myself and others are the founding members of this association, we found Mr. Mittal has been representing the government, but has been so supportive to us in forming the association and to have the bylaws and how to take it forward. And he has been very supportive. And slowly, we learned many things from him, and he also slowly made us to learn how the government will detach from the association. And he himself, after 10, 15 years of the support, right, he also made us to understand, right, how this association can grow. And even after his superannuation, he still continues to be our well-wisher. We accepted our request in the last April to be one of the member of our advisory committee, along with Ms. Poini, Ms. Deepanvita, and Mr. Ramanan of former and founding mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. So I thank Mr. Mittal, sir, for joining us for this pre-conference today and to spend his time with all the incubation center executives. This is the 16th conference, and we started in a small way with 25-30 incubators across the country as an association. But over a period of 2 decades, this association has grown. And pre-conference workshop, my colleague was asking me the outside whether it's conference or pre-conference. I'm seeing the entire conference executives are here, but it is about the way it has been brought together, the way the association thought what will be the expectations of the members and what we can bring back to the members as value from the association. It has all happened. And thank you all for joining. Even the organizers, we also miscalculated, right? We expected about 100 plus people will be coming for the pre-conference. And I think we should have kickstarted the conference today itself, right? Right. So thanks to T-Hub team for making this event pre-conference workshop to happen here. The entire team has geared up and meticulous planning. Last 1 week, 10 days, I've been watching them, what they're doing. I've not interfered with them. And whatever is been happened today, whatever you are enjoying today, it is all the collective efforts of T-Hub team. A big appreciation from us all for their wonderful thing. Thank you, team, for us. And today we are going to have 3 sessions as masterclass. And all the sessions has been handled by our own members. And the first session is on creating quality pipeline. And we are going to have Dr. Lakshmi Jagannathan from IIIT Hyderabad. Earlier she was with Derby, and before that she was instrumental in promoting entrepreneurship initiative at Dayananda Sagar. Have put more than 20 years of experience. And along with her, we also have Ms. Gladys from iCreate, who has been the head of learning and development and also the governing body member of ISBA. All of them have contributed a lot, and despite the organizing pains, right, last 2 months, 3 months, every Wednesday and Saturdays we used to have meetings, and then we should have a lot of meetings. But despite that, they come forward to spend their time as the session resource person, right? So that's the stretch that they have come forward to stretch themselves. Apart from taking the responsibility of organizing the event, coming and handling the sessions is not that easy. Same thing, the second session is about mentoring networks by T-Hub. The team T-Hub took the responsibility of organizing this, but again, they have come forward to handle the session for 1 hour, and right, that's the commitment. And when we decided to have the third session, again, our GB member has been instrumental in organizing this conference, also told that I'll handle the session, and Mr. Prasad Shetty has come forward to handle the session on seed fund. So next 3 hours, it's going to be a knowledge rich, and make the opportunity, and hope we'll have a good learning session. With this few words, I request Lakshmi and Gladys to take over to you. Thank you.
Hearty welcome to all the incubators. Lunch ke baad, I think the energy is down. Can we have a big round of good afternoon? Good afternoon. हमारे हैदराबाद में ऐसे ही होता, right? But thank you so much, Dr. Suresh. Thank you so much, the ISBA governing body, Prasad Shetty, Prasad Menon, Gladys, Dr. Lakshmi, Ashish ji, and all the members who have worked behind it. I remember last year I was sitting at Sain IIT Bombay, and when Dr. Suresh made this comment, I was like, wow, bin mange, we got so much, right? And we're so proud as T-Hub to host the 16th annual ISBA conference in Hyderabad. And a full hearty welcome to all the incubation leads, CEOs coming from different parts of the country. We also have the Asian Association of Business Incubators today with us. Also a big round of welcome and applause for them as well for coming all the way. Like Suresh mentioned, the kind of effort that has gone behind, I've seen the ISBA team, the way, the kind of effort they have put behind to ensure that those incubation leads from different countries like China, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, they traveled all the way to India and experienced the Indian hospitality and the Indian ecosystem. I'm sure you would have had a good tour of T-Hub and also T-Works. Thanks to my able team who took care. I'm sure they took a good care of you. Can we have a big round of applause for them? Yeah. How many of you are visiting T-Hub for the first time? I'm glad. Yahi chahiye tha humko, right? The whole agenda is how many people can get associated, because I believe collaboration is the new competition. If we do not collaborate, will not exist. And I was talking to Prasad, and the whole idea of this welcome address is how can we bridge that gap of collaboration? We are here to collaborate. We are here to work together and kind of open the barriers on achieving things together. Today in the second session that would be handled by my team on creating investment pipeline, creating industry pipeline, and also on creating mentor pipeline. We'll talk more, dive deeper on how can we, all of us can collaborate, work together and see that your startups that are sitting here can work together. How can we open up our mentor network, our investor network, our industry network, and enable your startups to leverage the corporate innovation that we have championed in. We'll have a lot of discussion around, and me, my team, all of us are here, looking forward to speaking with you, looking forward to collaborating with you and taking it forward. Thank you so much. Once again, a hearty welcome to T-Hub, and looking forward to interacting with all of you over the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Vijay, for that such a loud welcome. And I believe after food, it's very difficult to keep people awake, because I was asking Vijay and his team, do we have some music, Natu Natu Ho Jaye Kuch To? So we will have that as well for you. But thank you very much, Dr. Suresh, for explaining about the ISBA journey and how the team has been working collaboratively. And I would like to thank the entire people who are here, who have traveled miles and miles and taken that effort and pain to be here with all of us. So a big, big round of applause, जोरदार तालियां, धमाकेदार तालियां, और तालियों की आवाज ऊपर आसमान तक जानी चाहिए. Thank you. So I am seriously overwhelmed with the kind of experience and expertise who was seated in this room. And छोटा मुंह बड़ी बात होगी कि हम आपके लिए क्या सेशन करें. We are here to learn from each other. We are here to collaborate. And thank you for this opportunity that we have got, T-Hub and the entire team, for hosting us today and helping us with all the preparation. So this is the power of ISBA that we have been seeing for last several years, and more power to ISBA. और this journey has to continue. पता नहीं जब तक सूरज चांद रहेगा तब तक ISBA कौन रहेगा, right? So this is going to continue. First and the foremost, I would like to ask you a simple question. I would like to walk around and then I can have a discussion, because I don't feel like standing here and talking, because I want to have the connect, the face-to-face connect. So I'll be coming close to you. Please be prepared. I'm going to make you uncomfortable as well. So don't worry. So imagine if you're going to get some superpower, अगर आपके पास कुछ ऐसी शक्तियां, some superpower is going to be given to you all, what are you going to do with that power? You cannot use this for yourself. And if someone is answering one power I'm going to use for this, the other person cannot use the same power because we come from the startup ecosystem. No cheating allowed, no copying allowed. You have to be unique. You have to come up with your unique thoughts. So who wants to start first? कुछ खूबसूरत लोग मुझे दिख रहे हैं. सर, आप बहुत स्माइल कर रहे हैं. आपकी स्माइल काफी अच्छी है.
That's the simplest one. I would love to be Mr. India, the invisible one.
Okay. Yeah. So I
Yes,
would
sir.
like to make India a superpower.
You would like to make India superpower. Okay, great. What about this side? Why this side is so quiet? My right side, people? Yes. आपके पास सुपर शक्तियां हैं. You are the Superman. What you want to change? Yes. Sir has raised his hand. Yes, sir.
मैं तो वो श्लोक के लिए बोलूँगा, सर्वेत्र सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामया. दुनिया में वसुदेव कुटुंबकम का, दुनिया में सबका अच्छा हो, ये ब्लेसिंग.
मैम,
Very nice
Can
thought,
I-
very noble thought. Yes, sir.
अगर मेरे पास हुआ तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि अपनी दिक्कतें, कमजोरियाँ सामने लाके रखो ताकि उसे सुधारा जा सके.
So you want to work on your inabilities? आप अपनी दिक्कतें सामने लाएंगे या सारे लोग? So you want to okay, बहुत अच्छे ख्याल है.
Can I?
Yes, yes. जी.
Yeah.
जी सर.
So basically, our education system has closed the minds of all the students.
Uh-huh.
And
So
if
you mean
I
to say
get
the
such
quality is
superpower,
not there?
I would just love to open up their minds. They should
You want
try
to
new
open
things.
up their minds.
They should be not afraid
Beautiful
of risks.
thought.
And I think that will be one good thing to do. We open up their minds. Their
Lovely.
minds are all closed.
Lovely. I see a beautiful lady sitting on this side. Okay, I'm coming. Don't get scared. Yes, ma'am.
I don't know, I may be the cheesiest, but I like Shah Rukh Khan. So maybe, I don't know, I just want to be there with that I'll use the superpower for.
So you want to be with Shah Rukh Khan? Oh, wow.
मैं
किसी चीज को बड़ी शिद्दत से चाहो तो सारी कायनात उसे लाने में लग जाती है. वेरी वेरी ब्यूटीफुल. आई विश मैं आपके लिए शाहरुख खान को लेके आती. कोई है यहाँ? काका किरण कोई है? शाहरुख?
Not exactly that Kiran, but yeah, I'm a Kiran and I have a mic. So
लो मिल गए.
Sure. Excuse me.
Yes.
Ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Here.
Oh, sorry.
Piche.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how many of the people here would appreciate the answer, but if I have the superpower to do anything, I would probably reduce or ideally make it zero, nullify the importance and influence of money.
Great. Influence of money. Matlab you want to erase money completely, eradicate that completely.
Completely.
फिर
Well,
हम किसके लिए लड़ेंगे?
people should not have another motivation to help than just to help, in my opinion.
Wonderful. Shahid, you have something to add?
Yeah, Gladys, thanks, and foremost, thanks for calling us here and inviting to be a part of the iconic ISBACon 2024. And the way Gladys is, she involves everybody in the session. I've seen her sessions before. So, I would see that, if everybody is here for a cause and incubation, I would love to have a power of understanding how to evaluate a startup which is going to be a success tomorrow. So if that power is given to me, I think, we all would want to have that power. No, that's something which really incubation should have. And I don't know how and when and how could we do that. But I'm sure the technology is evolving and we might tomorrow have a power of understanding and evaluating it in the right way. Thanks so much, Gladys.
Beautifully said, Shahid. Thank you so very much for such a terrific answer.
Over here, ma'am. I'm the newest member of ISBA. I've just joined.
The newbie we have.
Yes, the newbie and the young energy. So I always wanted to, give option to women. more options to women who can do something with their
More
lives.
power to women,
Yeah,
yes.
more power to women and more options to women, which they can do with their lives. So that power actually I've got recently because I'm the new CEO of SNDT Vice, where we have 70,000 women. It's the only women university of India.
Wow.
And recently I'm the new CEO and I have got the power to actually change the lives of women of India, nationally as well as internationally. And I would love that everyone supports me nationally. And this whole thing has to be like a one energy for India so that we can represent internationally too.
Lovely. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
So कोई और जिसके मन में तूफान उठ रहा है कि मुझे बोलना है लेकिन अंदर से संकोच है कि क्या मैं बोलूं? Yes, I saw somebody. Yes.
Well, such a nice question, and I think I feel that if you had a superpower, does not really translate, because for me, I feel like there is the superpower which exists when you're part of such an ecosystem which is so inclusive, and you have everybody who is talking about collaboration, who's not just talking about it but also doing it. And like Vijay mentioned, collaboration is the new competition. That kind of really resonates well. And I'm right now heading the incubator, SPTBI, as part of the Bharati Vidya Bhavans in Mumbai. And I'm looking at amazing work being done in the startup ecosystem and very happy to be part of this community and doing my part.
Very warm welcome to Inspire.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Yeah, if I were to have that superpower, first and foremost is I think everyone should be literate enough to understand the nature and so that they can be self on their own.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And one more question I'm going to shoot to each one of you. Do you really need some superpowers to do good to the humankind or to the world? Or do you already have such powers in your hand? क्या आप में वो ताकत है? Yes, no, maybe?
I think everyone has one power, that is power to change. Anything or small thing, anyone can change. So we just have to implement on that power to change.
Right. So in this room, you can see the power. Can you feel the power in this room? Yes. Can we hear the power? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. So I am really, really happy that the kind of response that we have got. And I know that you all belong to one or the other incubators. We were expecting incubation managers, but I'm happy to see that the expertise and the people who are here. So we would like to ask you, what do you think we can do to improve our startup ecosystem? What are the qualities that we can bring in that will help this startup ecosystem? How we can be, we start comparing with Y Combinator, that's the number one. That is one among the number one. But why can't our incubation center, why we can't have such kind of powerful institution here? Don't you think we have the courage? We all have. But who is going to change this? We. Okay, so anyone, you must have gone through Y Combinator style. How is their training pattern? What exactly they do? What is the standard that they have set for? What are the standards that has been set for Y Combinator for selecting the startups and supporting the ecosystem? Anyone? Yeah. Okay. क्या Y Combinator का नाम सुना है? क्या है ये? एक्सेलरेटर है, इनक्यूबेटर है? कौन सी भाषा में आप लोग समझ? इंग्लिश, हिंदी, मलयालम, तमिल, तेलुगु, गुजराती, मराठी, बिकॉज पूरा भारत आज यहाँ पर है, राइट? एक मिनी भारत यहाँ पर है. Yes. Okay. Let's keep Y Combinator aside.
Hi, Gladys. This side, back side.
Sorry, मेरी दूर की नजर.
No, I got it. It's okay. So,
yes.
Coming to that Y Combinator part, coming to a question rather,
yes.
which you asked,
Okay.
that what are the things which perhaps Y
So
Combinator...
what are the standards? What set them apart from the rest of the world? Why people talk about Y Combinator ke startups, they have reached to that level? Why? Kyun?
No, of course, it has been in their case, over 15 years of
Mhm.
now legacy, earlier wasn't a legacy for sure, but I see, based on my experience, because I had kind of cleared 2 rounds of interview when I was a founder with YC.
Okay.
So what
So you have
I
applied
felt,
there?
yeah, so
Okay.
I got a reply and I got a chance to have interaction with their people as well.
How
So
was the
what-
grilling process, I would ask?
No, the process was actually very exhaustive in the sense that
Very
they had
exhausting.
asked, they
Yeah,
had asked,
absolutely.
they had asked subjective questions,
Uh-huh.
and that was like tons of questions.
Tons of
and I was
questions.
supposed to write and not like go and write. So all the questions were very introspective.
Okay.
So I could feel that they somehow want to do the filtering process and understand the founder's grit and the founder's philosophy more than anything else, because of course 80% of their startups are
Mhm.
the startups are at idea stage level itself, like
Yep.
the other 20% of the startup.
Yeah.
So I think that
You can continue.
The
I'll just
founders-
go and change the slides. Yeah. Yes. So they do have a 45 minutes of filtering session, a discussion, a deep dive discussion happens with the people who have applied. I need the slider. Yeah. So we are here to talk about the quality standard which is being set by Y Combinator. Anyways, that is there. The application, the amount of application that they receive is in thousands. Do you think everybody can get through there? No. So that's why there is a standard in place. Do we have a standard in our incubation center? Do you guys have a pre-elimination round, I mean like a selection process to check the quality of startups? We do have, right? So how are we selecting the startups to check the quality? I mean like what exactly you all check?
From Indian Agricultural Research Institute. So we are checking whether it is technically feasible to make that kind of a product or the business viability also, and then we check the IP and other stuff. So 3-level checking that we do for scrutinization, and then after 2-way filtering again, like we are also getting applications in thousands, and we are taking 40-45 startups out of that. So rigorous checking. Yeah. No, in a year. For a specific program, yeah.
We place a large stress on the team and the problem they are solving, and how good they are technically at it. We don't care whether the product is going to succeed or not, as long as the team knows what they're doing.
Great points. Thank you so very much. So team plays a bigger role. If there is a founder, co-founder, you should know who exactly is part of that entire team, whether they are going to stick together or they're going to perish in some time. So similar pattern is being applied, as sir mentioned. They check for the technicality, they check for the business. They don't care, I mean like this is going to sustain, but how confident these individuals are. So that's why the percentage that gets shortlisted at the top level is very bleak. Very less number of people make at that level. So we also need to come up with certain strategies where we get the best of the best lot so that we can produce the best entrepreneurs from our country. And you all sitting here are the best of the best ecosystem. And we have the power to do such job. Only thing is that we need to take that efforts. I remember one of the story, long time ago, there was an auction happening somewhere. Lot of beautiful items were placed in that particular auction. There were jewels, jewelry, gems, diamonds, and antique pieces as well. Slowly, gradually, each and every piece started going off. I mean, the bid started and things were getting sold. There was one red guitar which was also placed in that bid. The cost of the guitar was $5. That was the least amount quoted for that guitar. The guitar was in broken shape. The strings were broken. It was completely dusted. And people did not even bother to look at that guitar. They didn't want it to buy. I mean, like, who will bid for such a ugly looking guitar, and that too in broken? So one gentleman walked in and he said that I want to take this guitar.
They said, okay, fine. As the crowd who were there for the bidding, they slowly started walking out. This gentleman nicely cleaned that guitar. The strings which were broken, he tied those strings and started playing the music. The entire room was filled with such a melodious music. People who were there, who were walking out, they slowly started coming back. Because this gentleman was able to identify the worth of that particular guitar, which nobody noticed. Again, they put this guitar back into the bidding, and that was sold for the highest price for that particular day. Right? So you need to identify the best of the best lot. You will get a lot of applications. You reject. Sometimes they go back and do better. We ask them, okay, no, nahi chalega. But are we seriously working with these startups? Are we really genuinely taking interest in these startups? How much efforts we put? How much support we provide? I have been part of a couple of panel discussions. So one of the, I don't want to name where exactly this was. So one boy was just presenting his case. It was a pitch presentation. He presented his case, and there were a lot of people who were there in the panel. So one person was really rude. I mean, like, this is not going to work. Stop it. No, nahi chalega. Na, band karo, band karo. Like, that's really mean, so rude. I mean, if you straight away shoo away that person, where he's going to end up? He has spent close to 10 years building that product. At least have a look. Because you did not identify the worth of that particular product, that doesn't mean it's not valuable, right? You need to have those eyes to go through that particular lens and check, is it going to work or not? Support them, but do not demotivate people. That should be the last resort. You can tell them, okay, this might not work, but can we not try this way, right? So we are talking about quality. What is quality? Creating quality. I'll come back to you guys only. Sir, you're smiling again.
Again, the classic definition is conformance to requirements.
Yes. Anything more? Yes, sir.
Whatever conformance has to be done, whatever is desired, meeting those things, or how closely meeting those things.
Okay. How closely you can meet the requirements, okay. Anything else? Yes, sir. Nice suit.
So basically I try to say that a startup is primarily a business idea.
Yes.
So if you don't get the business part straight, then it remains an engineering experiment. And that is where we would try to steer them towards the commercial success.
The parameters that you have kept for the
4 slides.
4 slides. Okay.
First is who will buy,
Who will buy?
why they will buy,
Why they will buy?
what
Where you are going to sell it? And
what options they have.
options they have. Okay.
And if these questions are answered, then we move on to the remaining part. And then we work backwards to cost and to other things.
Yeah.
But the first thing is there a market for this?
Is there a market? Absolutely.
And that comes from the statement that a startup is primarily a business idea.
Correct. Because they do not get the right direction. They do not go and check the market need directly. People are so attached to their product. It's my baby. Because I made it, it's going to be the best in the world, right? मेरा बच्चा सबसे खूबसूरत, right? सब जितनी माताएं यहाँ बैठी हैं, जितनी बहनें यहाँ बैठी हैं, they'll tell, okay, my baby is the best, right? If you ask to compare. But when we are talking about product, can we be emotional with the product? Do we need to be emotional? Get emotional. We keep telling people, don't get emotional with your product. If you're getting any feedback, don't take it to your heart. This is for your betterment. This is for your good. Ji, sir.
Madam, I personally feel that the product can be better from the previous one. And
Absolutely.
It should be product, what we call providing service at assured level is
Yeah.
far most important than what we cannot say is better
बिल्कुल
product.
सर, तो वर्जन हो सकते हैं because we
Maybe
tell that
it
okay
has to be
इसका
better
अगला
from the previous version.
right पहला जो बना है उससे बेहतर
And
और
it can-
बेहतर और
and-
बेहतर, so
And moreover, it should
keep
be
improving.
sustainable for long period, so that there will be less competition. We are talking about startup. I think what we start today, that startup may excel after 2 years, 3
Mhm.
years. We need to think of future,
Yes.
and we need to support those startups which can sustain for long run. I feel.
Absolutely. Sustainability is very important. नहीं तो कहाँ जाएंगे हम, right? These are some of the questions. Sir ने कुछ questions बताए. Some of the questions that you can add when you're dissecting the startup. The word dissect I use because we literally butcher the startup. हम बहुत बुरी तरीके से कत्ल करते हैं, right? We are preparing them for the best or the worst for tomorrow, but that doesn't mean क्योंकि today we are working with such a young generation or आज की generation, they want Maggie in 2 minutes. They don't have this much of time. So you need to have patience to work with these individuals. You need to understand their thought process and ideology, what exactly they want. What kind of mentoring style you have? किस टाइप की mentoring करते हैं आप लोग? Is mentoring happening religiously? Do we do the right mentor and mentee match? Or just because we want to fill up the Excel sheet and do the check box, we just fill in that? Do we really do? Because I have observed this at several places. किसी को भी बिठा दिया, okay, just have a discussion, ठीक है यार कर ले, हो जाएगा. No. Please don't do that. If you do not have the expertise, bring in someone who can add value rather than just क्योंकि you're playing with someone's career. उस बेचारे ने या बेचारी ने अपनी पूरी जिंदगी उस पे लगाई है and you don't know what you're doing with them, right? Team के बारे में someone spoke about team. Everyone is working in a team or we work in silos? सबकी team है? Do you believe in teamwork? We believe? Is team important? Together we swim and sink together? Huh? We do? So why team is important? To dependability? To become champions? Absolutely. What else? Everyone doesn't have it. It has to be a complementary skill. What happens if you have all tech experts in the office? What will happen to the rest of the things? Who will take care of HR, marketing, and the rest of the business? Will it be managed or handled? Nahi hoga, right? We mostly Y Combinator, we were discussing about Y Combinator. So let me tell you, the selection process that we were discussing, they have a very rigorous process. So there is a 45-minute, if in case any startup is lucky enough, I would say lucky, if they succeed, they will have a discussion, a virtual discussion or a face-to-face discussion whatsoever. And if they succeed from there, there is another 3 to 4 months that they're going to spend in training. So this is a kind of training, a rigorous training that happens where they learn a lot. Every week they'll organize certain dinner where they invite the alumni, the startups who are already doing well in the market. They invite and they talk about their stories, not just success, but the failures as well. Because startup is not all about success, right? Each step that they're going to take, there will be failures, but they need to learn from those failures. Every moment, they need to learn. And it's 24/7 job. Our job is okay, we are doing 9 to 5, 9 to 6, done. You can go home and sleep. But can they? They can't. They are the whole and soul for that particular product. So give your support wholeheartedly. Dil se karo, nahi to mat karo. We talk about, okay, that incubation center is really doing good. We start comparing, okay, T-Hub, I'm using T-Hub as an example. Please don't quote me on this. T-Hub is doing itne log aa rahe hain, this is happening, that happening. Why we are not doing such things? No comparison. So इसी बात पे I remember one more story. I enjoy telling story. So there were two boys who decided to go to the seaside, and they thought, okay, we don't have a job, let's collect some seashells. Seashells समझते हैं? समुंदर के किनारे जो सिप्पियाँ होती हैं. We'll collect these seashells and then we'll make some money out of this. So those two boys, एक का नाम Ram, the other one was Sham. He said, okay, you go to the left side, I'll go to the other side, and we'll meet for lunch and we'll see how much we have collected by lunchtime. He says, okay, fine, let's go. So both of them disperse, and Ram goes to the right hand side. Whatever he gets, he quickly collects all those and puts in his bag. And during lunch, he also get a bigger shell. So during lunch, these two gentlemen meet at the center point, and then when Sham sees that, oh, my friend Ram has got so many shells and he's got a bigger one, I don't have that. The jealousy has taken place. Irsha andar aa gayi. I do not have this, so I need to get much better than this one. So he goes to the other side again, and then whatever he had, he throws everything on the way in search of a bigger one. Evening again, they return back, and Ram asks, what happened, Sham? Your bag is completely empty. Did you not get anything? He said, no, I got, but I was trying to find a bigger piece. I couldn't get a bigger one. So I've just thrown all what I have collected. They go to a nearby shop to sell this. And as soon as they reach the shop, the shopkeeper gives 5,000 to the bigger one and 10,000 to the smaller shells that they have collected. So Ram was very happy, and Sham was more jealous. He was filled with a lot of filth and all this disgusting feeling that, oh my God, my friend got this much and I did not get anything. So Ram tells his friend, see my friend, you have thrown whatever I picked up those shells. So the bigger one has given me 5,000, the smaller one has given me 10,000. If you wouldn't have thrown this, you would have got this money, right? So small opportunities comes your way. Try to grab such opportunities rather than shooing away, oh, ye chota kaam hai. We will not collaborate with them. We will not do programs with them. We will not do such things. Koi chota bada nahi hai. Right? Everybody is playing their part. Do your bit. Add your part. What value you can bring to the... Okay. It's... How much time do I have? Did I exceed? Okay. So then I will move quickly. Okay. So when you're working in the team, last part I would like to discuss one of my favorite and interesting part. किसी को कभी गुस्सा आता है यहाँ? कितने लोगों को यहाँ गुस्सा आता है? सच बोलना, सच के सिवा कुछ मत बोलना. आता है, आता है. How many people get angry here? मतलब जिन लोगों के हाथ नीचे हैं उनको कभी इतने साधु संत महात्मा लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, वाओ. Really nice. So you guys, जिन्होंने हाथ नहीं उठाया, आप लोगों को गुस्सा नहीं आता? या सोच रहे थे कि मतलब कोई देखेगा तो क्या सोचेगा, अरे इसको गुस्सा आता? सबको आता है. We are human beings, right? We are not machines. So what happens? Do you have conflicts anyways? Don't give any organization का नाम. आपस में झगड़ा होता है? घर में भी होता है, जहाँ 4 बर्तन होते हैं, खनकते हैं, right? होते हैं? So conflicts do happen. So what do you do when you are really angry, you're not feeling good about such situation? What do you do? Startups हैं, उनको भी बहुत गुस्सा आता. So this is any which ways आप सब लोगों ने पढ़ा होगा. Have you heard about the conflict resolution style? सुना ही होगा. जितने लोग management वाले हैं या normal भी सुना ही होगा. So competing. Shark, have you seen shark? What kind of quality does a shark has? Aggressive? That kind of behavior. So every time you cannot be very suppressive in nature. You need to be aggressive, but depends on the situation. हर बार आप शांत रहोगे तो people will use you like tissue paper, right? Compromise, fox जो है, compromise करना, उसके भी उससे we can learn. At times you need to compromise. Every time you cannot be in a fighting mode. Compromise. Certain situations, compromise. But अपने दिल पे हाथ रखकर कुछ गलत है तो don't compromise on such things. बोलेंगे कि अरे pre-session में they told okay compromise कर लो, we did compromise. So don't do that. Turtle का nature. Have you seen if there is certain challenges या कुछ आता है turtle, वो seriously अपना मुंह अंदर ले लेते हैं. मतलब they will take their head inside the shell because they know there is a danger. So you need to avoid certain situations. At time, if you avoid such situation, you will be at a safer place. Collaboration. You need to collaborate as well, like all. So if you go and read this, you will learn a lot. I mean, like, I'm sorry I don't have that much of time to talk because 30 minutes hai, ma'am is looking at me. And accommodating as well. So, जब accommodate करना है, we will accommodate. जब aggressive होना है, passion होना है. So these are certain styles you can incorporate in your nature, in your style, that will help you. Anyway, certain pitfalls are there. This is if the leader is not great. Anyways, अपने organization के don't look at your head or bosses. If the leader is not taking the right decision, what all can happen. So a leader has to be strong. I'm not saying that only the head of the institution is a leader. Everybody who is sitting here is a leader, right? You all take decisions, you all plan certain things, you do a lot of stuff together. So you all are a leader. But certain times, certain decisions that you have taken can make it or break it. So whenever you are in angry mode, so never make a permanent decision when you are in any such mode. Chill, cool down, take your time, go for a walk, and then come back and go back and teach the same thing to your startups because they also need to inculcate certain habits. Yeah. Dr. Lakshmi is going to take the next session. So can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Lakshmi?
Because I was asked to speak about value creation, right? Value creation for whom? Why only startups? See, any relationship has to be bi-directional, right? Otherwise it will not sustain. For everybody, right? That's why I put all the stakeholders. How do you create value for everybody? If I have missed anybody, please add. So this incubation is a everyday grind of continuing adding value to everybody possible so that your startup also gets value. Otherwise it doesn't. And I mean, this is I put together based on my learning, the harsh beating what we've gone through, and keeping the startup at the center stage, right? Of course, incubators do well, we do well if our startups do well at the end of the day, right? So how do we work with all the relevant stakeholders to make sure that our startups do well? I think can we make it more discussion-wise because I will not run through the next of the slides. First, I think most of the genesis of the incubator starts with the host institution, right? So host institution starts an incubator because there are multiple reasons. Because there's government funding available, NIRF pressure, or there are enough entrepreneurs within the campus, or there are startups in the ecosystem, it starts with the host institution, right? So what will be the kind of value creation that the host institution can do for the startups? Why does a startup come to a particular incubator seeing the background of the host institution?
We have facilities in NIT Srinagar like technology inclusion where startups need help to develop their prototypes.
Okay, so one is prototyping, testing, sometimes even small batch manufacturing possible in the labs, correct? Anything else? Yes, please. One word.
See, running a business requires multiple activities. And
one of them you tell what the campus can give, no?
Yeah, so all the other things the incubator can provide to the startup.
So because we'll have to cover how many? About 12 of them in 20 minutes.
Okay.
So roughly 2 minutes per point.
Funding agency would be one good thing.
No, let us stick on to host institution. If somebody wants to come to the campus, they can make use of your labs. Please be seated. Yeah, please. Experts like? Faculty expertise, where does it matter? Mentoring for what? Okay, for See, now with deep tech, slowly startups have realized that faculty can also add lot of value for R&D expertise. Whether there is longer gestation period or deeper expertise required to build R&D solutions. But business mentoring and other mentoring still needs, GTM mentoring needs people from outside the campus only. Right? Anything else from the campus? Maybe the brand of the institution?
Brand plays a major role.
Because if you see a startup pitch deck, they'll have 10 logos, right? Access to students to work as interns. Then, idea generation. All this the startups expect from the host institution. What does the host institution expect from the incubator? That was a very bad sigh, yeah. What does the host institution expect from the incubator?
Ma'am, network.
Network for what?
Network of maybe the associates
Extra
that the host
earning.
institution may have.
Good to hear that. Okay.
Revenue, co-creation.
Revenue. Yeah.
IP
co-creation with the faculty and the startups. Okay. Yes, please. Okay. Leveraging alumni to see how they can brand the institution. Then, yes. For the host institution, business acumen from whom? But what do the host institution gain? Technology transfer. Can the incubator help them in technology transfer? Pardon? Exactly. Return on investment. I have given you so much of square feet of space in the prime area. If not incubator, what is it alternatively I would have done? Where is the money? Which is fair enough, right?
The host also needs a lot of the number of entrepreneurs for them, for their accreditation purposes, ranking purposes.
Okay, NIRF, accreditation, ranking, metrics, job creation, okay. Brand value, using their students, could be working as interns with startups, multiple things, right? So value creation has to happen on both sides. For your host institution, also for the next one is a service provider, that is fair enough, right? I mean, very straightforward, easy. This I'll cover myself. Whoever adds value as a service to your incubator, starting from your company secretary, chartered accountants, IP attorneys, digital marketing guys, anybody who offers a service, right? What do you start? Why do you, through them, what do you offer to your startups? Maybe a subsidized cost, easy access, variety, right? Why will they come to you? Because they get the customer pipeline for themselves, right? This is straightforward. Corporate, yeah, this is a very interesting thing. Now, how will you add value to, how will you create value to startups through corporates, through association with corporates? Okay, straight away get problem statements from corporates. No, once again, we'll stick on to that. You get problem statements from corporates. What will happen to the problem statements? How will you do the connection? Startups, corporates will give you a problem statement. What will you do with the problem statement? But our startups, then you'll have to scout startups who are working in relevant area, right? See, good or bad, startups are passionate about what they're trying to solve. So there's no problem, no point in asking somebody to solve somebody's problem. But are you able to connect the right startups? So scouting startups for corporates can be one, right? Then, so startups get an opportunity to build a solution what a customer needs. Some of the startups could also get CSR from the corporate through the incubator to them. Okay. Then, startups could get access to very good top-notch R&D labs, testing facilities which are there in corporates. Many of the corporates are open today to do that, right? Even small batch manufacturing you want to do, they have an access. Yeah, market, GTM, you can get a lot of technology, business, GTM mentors from corporates. That depends, if you're able to maybe do a joint venture, acquisition, they are ready to open up their doors for distribution at some point of time, right? Why will the corporates, how can you create, what value are you creating for corporates? Most of them have, but the corporates cannot be as agile, as low cost, as economical, as fast as startups, right? And when they're looking at one problem, you can maybe present them hundreds of solutions through startups. It will take them tons of money, you can do it at a minuscule of cost, right? Some of them could also meaningfully look at using their CSR for benefiting the society through technology. But again, it should not be allied to their core business area. right? Okay. Then funding agency. I mean, this is self-explanatory. Okay. Now, why will, see, startups have a, I always say startups need only two primary things, money, market. Sometimes mentorship. If those two come, mentorship is actually not needed much, right? So funding agency is very relevant, right? Because startups come to you if you have the relevant funding at the stage they are, how much money they need, for what they need. Right from an aspiring entrepreneur through a fellowship to a maybe a very late stage seed fund, depending on what sector they're doing, for what you want to do, if the funding is there, they'll come. So through funding agencies, you can also add value to startups by giving them the required funding support whenever needed, right? What does a funding agency expect from an incubator? How can you create value addition, value creation for a funding agency through the incubator? Can you create? You should create, right? How will you create? Success of startup? No, see, what I'm asking is, how do you keep your funding agencies happy? Generating revenue? I don't think they're very focused on generating revenue, right? If you're self-sustainable, yes, don't go back to them asking for money, which we keep on doing. There's no other go, right? No, see, I'm talking at the incubator level. See, every funding agency, every scheme has predefined metrics for every scheme. Whether it's number of entrepreneurs created, number of patents done, number of funds raised, number of co-investment, impact on the ground, partnerships, investors, so many things. See, in between, if you see 10 minutes, I was missing, right? I had a review, matey review for IIITB. So when God calls, you have to go, right? We have to be there. So that is the onus on us as well. And wherever through a relevant program, if some startup, some innovator has got benefited, they need a mention, they need acknowledgement. That is also required, right? And as far as possible, run a clean, transparent, very effective. See, what government gives is only a seed. Can you multiply the seed? Can you demonstrate that multiplication is very key, right? That will automatically create value. Then international partners. Why will startups need international partners? Okay, to access overseas market, soft landing opportunities, either overseas market for selling, testing, trials, opening a new business venture, fundraising, international best practices adoption. Okay, then anything else? See, today, I mean, can you as an incubator connect one of your startups to a relevant startup somewhere abroad who's either behind or before in the value stream? Keep all these options, right? Or easiest thing to do is if you partner with the international university, right? Can those students abroad be interns for your startup who's here? Do a market dip study there. As low as that, there could be multiple engagements, right? What do international partners look for through the incubator? How can you add value to international partners? If there's an investor who's keen on India market, can you give him the good pipeline, what he's expecting? Can you showcase the right startups to him, right? Or it could be some students who are there in a university abroad who want to do an India market study. Can you organize a program? It's a win-win for you as well, right? See, a few weeks back, I met a bunch of students who were from Spain. They said they're coming to India as a part of their academic exercise to spend 1-2 months in India. Then I said, good, what are you going to do? They said they are spending 2 weeks in Agra. I said, very good. What is the problem you're trying to solve? They said, no, we are trying to spend time at Taj Mahal. Then I asked the student, what is the problem you've identified? Why are you coming to India? Then they said they want to refill all the car seats with cotton waste, which is more recyclable, more eco-friendly. Then I said, you should be going to Coimbatore. And I opened, bang on Google, and in India Mart, there was one company in Coimbatore who was manufacturing a machine to make cotton waste out of cotton for 4 lakhs. See, many of the people from outside don't know what to look for in India. India is a black box for many of them, right? We are so varied, so diverse. So any opportunity, see how you can leverage. So that somebody in your incubator, some startup in your incubator can get benefited, right? Of course, investors. Yeah, I think this quickly we'll touch upon. Now, startups come to you primarily because you have access to investors. Again, the same thing, right theses of the investors. I'm sure Prasad will touch more points in the investment there. Right theses, why are they interested in you? What is it you can offer? For your startups, for investors, there's a lot of value. Why will investors work with you? Apart from your pipeline of startups. All that coming because of pipeline, you're able to handhold. You can tell, in fact, many occasions I have told investors, you just help us in selecting the startups. We will handhold them, bring them to a stage. From there, you take them forward. All that is fine. Anything else? Absolutely. See, one is you can always say, I will put in my 10 lakhs initial Nidhi Prayas to help them build a prototype. You keep your radar on, they make progress, come back. That could be one. Or if you are able to give them very good testing grounds, if you are an incubator which is associated with, say, a hospital, right? Many of these investors have healthcare startups who may not have access to hospitals. Or you are an incubator who's working with some couple of banks. So can you open up test beds, trial beds for those? Everything works in life only if there's a win-win on both sides. How do you ensure that, right? Yeah, nation I'll come last. The next one is a TBI team, right? So what would the startups, through the TBI team, how do you add value to the startups? How should the TBI team, I think Gladys also spent a lot of time on the team, right? How should the team be to add value to startups? One primary, I would say, attribute of the team towards startups. Exactly, right? Because entrepreneurship is a very difficult, tough journey. None of us in the room have done it, or very few of us would have done it, right? Very easy to talk, very difficult to do, right? How many of your team members, you ensure that they are empathetic towards the entrepreneurs, understand their problem? First of every month, they have to cut checks, they have to pay salaries, they have to sustain. Day for yesterday, I met one startup who was running a company for 8 years. After 8 years, he shut shop. He had a revenue of about 1.5, 2 crores. He said, I was not able to raise capital to scale. I could really see the pain, right? Empathy is the first thing. And do anything possible to help entrepreneurs. I think that should be the mantra to the team, right? Why should the team do all this? I have no answer so far. If anybody has an answer, please help me out. Why should the TBI, including the CEO and the team, why should they work for the success of the startup? See, at the incubator level, fine, but all of us are humans, right? For everybody, every individual, every manager, every CEO to stay motivated, continue performing, delivering on the ground with incubator every day to support startups. Why he or she should do? What is it I get at the end of the month? Yes, please. No, see, my question was, thank you, please be seated. See, my question was, if can we create mechanism where people get compensated? See, for example, incubator does well, 10, 20 years down the line, you get an exit from the startup. That time, none of the team which gave all the support all these years would be there. So how can you translate this into specific incentives month on month, year on year? Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Thank you.
Now we'll have a very interesting session that I was talking about on building a quality pipeline. And initially we thought that I'll have my team talk about building a quality mentor pipeline, industry pipeline, and funding pipeline. But we thought let's make it a bit moderated, where I can be a voice between our incubator partners and our team members and share both sides of the story. So can I have Yuvraj? Thanks, Yuvraj. Yuvraj is our director for innovation management, who heads the value partners, value partner desk, mentor desk, and as well as delivery of quite a few programs. Yuvraj, for the building a quality value partner pipeline, let's also talk about what's a value partner and building a quality mentor pipeline. And then we'll start taking a couple of questions and make it very interactive.
Thank you, Vijay. So most of the incubators, including T-Hub, would try to give our best to startups. However, due to various reasons, it would not be systematic. When you want to build a world-class incubation center like T-Hub, what we thought, building a systematic way of supporting startups is extremely important and critical. That's when we thought we'd build a vertical for stakeholder management. When you say stakeholder management, so we have mentors at one hand and service providers for the startup at another hand. So where we manage the desks by a dedicated person. So as we know, I can see most of your mentors already for the startups at one point or other. So with T-Hub, what we did, we used technology for creating a mentor desk. It's not just about listing a mentors and connecting them, but to create a process where end-to-end we utilize the service of the mentors effective way and capturing it, what kind of mentor sessions we are doing for startups. It can be one-on-one, one-to-many. It can be startups sitting in this particular building. Startups beyond T-Hub where we do our webinars through online. So when we run a flagship programs, each and every flagship program have a dedicated mentor for each and every startup, where we mix and match based on their experience and expectations of the startups and experience of the mentor. That's where we do at Mentor Desk. At this point of time, we have 250 plus mentors registered on THub platform. So that is one side of the story. So other side, so startup need a lot of services. It can be credits, it can be a legal services, taxation services. So it can be a design thinking. So that's where you need a little more than mentoring, obviously. A dedicated support as that's where we talk about value partner. We have 80 plus value partners starting from Google's AWS who are taxation consultants, GT, KPMG. So big brands as well as affordable where startups can avail these services. This is specifically where our stakeholder management, where we have built CRM tools. Using CRM tools, we have built dashboards for both the verticals where so we can capture the entire, at the end of the day, if you run an incubator, you need to look at outcomes. So you cannot randomly say that I have 250 mentors. What you have done with these 250 members is extremely important to capturing how many connections we made, how many hours they spent together, how many of them are one-to-one, how many of them are pro bono. So when it comes mentor, how do you capture it? Is it paid as free? So some of the mentors probably do it for free because so they've already earned enough money in their life. But however, some do it as a career. So you need to clearly identify them and make it remunerative for them so that startups as well as mentors would be happy. So I think that's a long question for a 1 minute answer. Okay, so we made a small presentation. I'll quickly run through it. These are stages typically we do it. We start with a need. First we identify what is the need of a startup. Then we will list pool of mentors. Technically also we have mapped with some keywords. So based on keywords as well as our internal knowledge desk run by Zarina. So we'll identify the mentors. Then we engage with them both one-on-one as well as one-to-many. Then we take feedback from both mentor as well as startup. So we'll take a decision whether to engage them or disengage them. This is a process we follow. So these are different types of engagements we have for our mentors. So when you say community, for THub community, both physically as well as virtually, we have flagship programs starting from so Blitz, pre-idea to prototype. Then we have rubrics, prototype to MVP. Then we have Lab 32 go-to-market program. And we have T-Angel where we help them to make them funding ready. So each and every stage startup require a different type of mentoring. So based on their requirement, we engage the mentors. So one-to-many and one-to-one both will engage. So what's in mentors? We incentivize mentors by providing them various opportunities. So not only sometimes we pay for one-on-one mentoring also. This where we incentivize them. We make them part of corporate innovation programs where we utilize their services, where we are identifying problem statements or helping the corporates, connecting them to the startups. So this is the kind of dashboard we have built. So yes, come. So Jarina probably would take a minute or two to explain about how you are using technology to capture all these things. So this is where typically we do. This is only a snapshot of what we do. We have an in-depth CRM tool where we capture each and every outcome. Mentor-wise we do, startup-wise we do, how many one-to-one we have done, how many of them are pro bono, how many of them paid. So end-to-end we have captured it. So it depends on what kind of topics we are covering, that also we capture. So this is what technology is extremely important, so using technologies helps us to capture the outcomes. Most of the incubation programs are state-run programs. You would get funded by Government of India or state. So you need to present them extremely important numbers. That's where probably technology would help you at a fingertip or a snapshot. So our mentors, they have a wide variety of backgrounds, governments, corporates, social sector. They themselves, some of them are entrepreneurs themselves, research and development organizations. So these are some of the examples where they are from. So we have testimonials from the startups who would say that how the mentorship helped them to navigate through their journey. So I think I would stop here. I think, of course, as I said, most of your mentors yourselves, we've seen startups firsthand. These are experience, so you would have your own experiences. So would love to happy and connect and see how, in what best way collaborate, make it the mentor network better for the benefit of the startup ecosystem. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Vijay, thank you.
Thanks, Yuvraj. You be there. I think couple of important questions that we should dive deep on is how do mentors approach us? Like, what is the starting point, right? Or that's inbound. That's more inbound. How do we go out and approach our mentors that, hey, you are the right mentor, and we would like you to engage with our startups. How is that process happening? How many of you have this question? Yeah. Let's try and answer that. We can also call Zarina on the stage to toggle between Yuvraj and
Zarina is a girl who takes care of our mentor desk, who handles 250 plus startups as well as mentors as well as startups. Yes, Zarina, over to you.
Yes, so we get mentor leads both inbound and outbound, right? So more of how it works is whenever we have a startup and we don't have that particular mentor, we do our research, we pull in we tap into our existing pool, we see how we can ask them for their network, and we can onboard those mentors, or we reach out to them on LinkedIn. We go to various other incubator networks as well and see whether that particular niche sector is available, that mentor is there with other ecosystem partners. Or inbound is more of, right, everybody wants to get associated with T-Hub, it's more like that, but we have a very critical selection criteria that is certain parameters, which is years of experience, their motivation to mentorship, their intent towards mentorship. It's not more of commercial, it's more of giving back to the ecosystem and things like these.
How are mentors compensated? I think that's a very important question, Zarina and Yuvraj. How do we compensate mentors? I would like one of you to just take that question.
Yeah. So certain programs we have budgets, and certain engagements are paid, whereas more of this relates to giving back to the ecosystem, right? So we have other benefits that we offer to mentors, which is brand visibility on the mentor directory, which can be post-program advisory, that is they can take up advisory roles on the board of startups, they can invest in startups, and things like these, and co-learning opportunities between mentors. So that's more of it. I mean, that's between the startup and the mentor if they want to at a later
So
stage.
taking an equity between mentor and startup, we generally leave that discretion between both the parties that are engaging together. We kind of have very minimal interventions there. Zarina, how do we say no to a mentor?
So we don't say no to a mentor if he is qualified to be a mentor, and if the intent is to give back and help the startups, we just wait for the right opportunity. We maintain that good rapport with them and connect them to the startup when there is a need. So it's more of a need gap game than a get everybody and don't balance the demand supply.
Can we have Devi?
Yeah, hi.
Devi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm from the funding desk of T-Hub, and I think as Ms. Lakshmi ma'am has just mentioned, there are 3 M's that are very important to a startup. I'm proudly involved with one of the M's. And I think I will not steal the show from Prasad, so I'll keep it very precise in what I'm going to speak about and what we do here at Funding Desk. I'll just put it into 2 components, what we do and what's the value add for all the stakeholders, taking cue from what you have already built as a framework. Next. So predominantly three stakeholders that we deal with, which are the investors, be it angel investors to VCs, micro, macro, and startups, of course, who are the center of the entire ecosystem, and the funds, which we manage and which most of the incubators manage. These are just some metrics. You must have been seeing these metrics for quite some time today. So I divided the funding ecosystem into internal and external. Internal involving the funds internally that we manage, and external being the private investors and co-incubators or peer incubators that we collaborate with to get our startups funded. First stakeholders are startups. What's the value add startups get from funding? And needless to say, funding is a very important resource for any stage of startup to propel to all the plans that they have. So funding is definitely important, and what they lack in the journey of funding, amongst myriad things, importantly, they are short of telling their story effectively, which kind of can get them the buy-in from several stakeholders like investors or fund managers. So that's where we come in. We consult with the startups to understand their plans of funding and help them to identify the best routes of funding. This is the journey, pretty much how I think most of the incubators do. There is preparation in terms of the legal documentation, if all those are in place, the projections, if they make sense to the amount they're raising, the pitch deck readiness, storytelling readiness, and so on and so forth. The next important stakeholders are, of course, the investors. I think when, again, Ms. Lakshmi has asked, what is it that investors have from incubators? Why should they be collaborating with incubators? Two gaps we identified among several others who have answered today. One is, of course, deal pipeline, needless to say, but they're also looking for a space analysis because the volume of startups that incubators see versus a pipeline of different kind of startups that come to individual VCs. I think they look at how we can analyze the space and understand the different trends in the space. So we do come up with a newsletter on different type of startups that we're seeing, say, in deep tech, what are the latest trends, and say in space tech, how it's trending, and so on and so forth. We do encourage them to do thought leadership events and master classes and so on and so forth to give the awareness to the startups to understand how their funding journey should be, when they should raise money, what would be appropriate amount, and so on and so forth. And we also do strategic partnerships with them in terms of helping their portfolio companies, because of course for the investors, their existing portfolio is the most important thing. And how do we help them? Again, with all the several arms that we have as an incubator, be it mentorship arm, be it the program arm, be it the value partners, be it the market access. Through all these, we also encourage the portfolio companies to join hands with us. This is again the same thing about how we help portfolio startups with market access and further fundraising as well. Now, the third stakeholders, of course, the funds who trust us and give the fund to us to manage. I think a lot of us here have funds which are specific to certain sector. T-Hub being more of an agnostic kind of incubator. We also manage certain funds. One is the Telangana State Fund, Startup India Seed Fund. We are managers in a few other funds. One thing that we stick to as a principle here is keep the process extremely streamlined and be compliant, because the startups don't, in very early stage at least, are not aware of all the investor communication they have to do, reporting that they have to do. But being like managers to certain government funds, I think it becomes our duty to kind of encourage them to be compliant and keep in view of the regulations from day one. It's a very good hygiene that we can teach the startups from day one and encourage all of them to be the same. And most of these funds also want us to be extremely compliant in investor updates. And I strongly believe that that journey starts from the incubator who is managing that fund. So that's, I know Zeel is looking at me, but thank you all. That's all I had today to say, I think. This is the process, and some of our star startups, we are always tempted to portray them. So from various funds, some of the events we have done, again, metrics, our favorite. But over to you guys. Any questions that I need to answer? And Vijay, you have any questions as well?
I have a question. Can startups outside of Hyderabad, can they raise funds through T-Hub? That is something that I would want you to talk about.
Sure. I mean, great question. I mean, we've always, since the beginning of the event, we talked about collaboration. So we would love for startups anywhere in India to approach us You don't have to be only in T-Hub through a program or through funding desk or mentor desk. We have individual departments that can help. So yes, any startup across India can leverage on the funding that we can provide. And we also love to collaborate with other incubators. So since Prasad is here, we have looked at several of science startups, and I'm sure we are sending a lot of our startups there as well. So I think because every incubator has their specialization in terms of their selection criteria or what value add they can exclusively add. And there's no shying away from saying that, hey, this incubator is rich in biosciences. You will definitely benefit from going there. Or, you know, we are good in helping you with series kind of fundraising. So definitely collaborate with us on that. So that kind of collaboration, I think, is a foundation to mutually help one another and help startups in turn.
And let's say, for example, I think a lot of us would have that question that if a startup, say in Madhya Pradesh, raises capital through T-Hub, is the incubator loses its affinity towards the startup, or the question like, you know, is my startup or you know, becomes a T-Hub startup or not? How do we sort that question? I think a lot of us have that question that, you know, how do we have that exchange of startups between incubators? Does something that come to your you know, is there anything that you want to share on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we've gone through stories where startups say, "Oh, I'm happy to come to your events and kind of attend sessions or so, but I want to be very careful in terms of marketing about me being a part of T-Hub." And when we dig in to see that why the inhibition is, it's really because they're not sure how that plays out. But most of the incubators, in fact, when we talk to them and say, hey, this is your startup, they came to us for, say, fundraising, we check in with them to see how they're doing. And because they know the startup better than we do because of the association for a longer duration. When we check with them, they're very open actually, and they say, I'm happy for the startup to be marketing that they're supported also by T-Hub. It doesn't matter. So I don't think the inhibition is from the incubators. It's mostly because the startup is not aware of this kind of collaboration.
Thanks, Devi. We have any questions around whatever we spoke about? Anybody wants to like to share any thought? Yes, Sagar.
So basically we are an incubator as well as an angel investment network, and I think we closely partner with T-Hub. What I would recommend actually incubators, those who are pure incubators, that please connect with angel networks or the VCs, and actually it's a very good collaboration to have. So just to add to the point what Devi mentioned, in fact, the angel networks are more than happy to take different kind of incubators because it helps them also to reach out to multiple communities actually.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Any other questions we have that we can get answered before we move? Yes, yes.
Not a formal program as such, but funding certainly. IKP, various incubators, startups have come forth for either funding or again for a program and so on.
We'll move on to the next segment, which is building industry pipeline. Thank you, Devi. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Vishnu, my colleague Vishnu from the Corporate Innovation Desk, to talk about how do we build at T-Hub. What we believe is how we can collaborate with corporates and create a strong market access and corporate innovation for the corporates and a market access opportunity for startups. Vishnu.
I don't want to, first of all, I don't want to bore you to death with a presentation. It can be more conversational in nature. I'm a senior manager of corporate innovation at T-Hub. What does that essentially mean is, I keep interacting with corporates from India and from different parts of the world, understand what are they trying to do in terms of innovation, and see if T-Hub or for any incubator for that matter, to complement the journey. How do we do it? With the help of wide gamut of startups that we have. If this is not comfortable, I can use it. Am I audible? Cool. So this is nicely put by one of the professors called Henry William Cheshbro. What he tries to tell is, quote unquote, useful knowledge today is widely distributed, and no company, no matter how capable or big, can innovate effectively on its own. So it is extremely well summarized. So he tells about two things. We interchangeably use corporate innovation and then open innovation. I'll try to give a quick example of what both of those are. Corporate innovation is something a corporate does internally, innovate something internally using their R&D teams with hefty budgets that they have and the talent pool that they carry. So all the innovation that happens internally would be confined to those four walls. So innovation is kind of very confined and then restricted. On the other hand, open innovation is something you tap onto external networks of startups or various incubators like us, or industry bodies, and for that matter, even governments when you co-create something. The difference would be the later would get more access to talent pool, and they could possibly see something which they have not thought about in their last few years of existence. That is what he's trying to tell here. I just want to quick set the context and then move into maybe specifically corporate innovation, and then what T-Hub does. How do we build our industry pipeline? In a single line, how do I define this as from an incubator perspective? Corporate innovation helps us generate lion's share of our revenues to be self-sustained. Only solely running a startup programs or helping by startups, by definition, might not be a sustainable way of executing an incubator. That's why corporate innovation gives you lion's share of revenues. And what are some programs that we run at T-Hub from corporate innovation perspective? Corporates come to us because they always have this confusion of build versus buy. Should they build it internally because they have huge budgets, subject matter experts who charges them a bomb, good time, efforts, everything they would want. However, why do they have to reinvent the wheel when there is a startup who is already solving for them? Let's say I'm a HR tech business unit head. I have a problem in hiring. I'm taking 2 months to get a right candidate. How about I co-create something together with a HR tech startup who is already solving for it, and then reducing the time to at least half of it? I'm saving a lot of time, money, and efforts. So at T-Hub, corporate innovation team acts as an interface between the corporates and then startups, and then reduce the time to market. Time to market is of greater essence. For me to quote an example, I'm sure most of us sitting here would have heard of Instagram. I mean, some of us might be using as well. So Instagram started as a social media platform, and then over a period of time, it has turned out to be a influencer marketing platform. Now it is a direct selling platform. All of this morphing has been done without our attention, considering market insights and then customer insights. So the half-life of a product is hardly 6 to 8 months now. Corporate can't wait on their R&D departments to get a product after 2 years and 3 years, which becomes either obsolete or completely irrelevant. So that's where incubator plays a sweet spot role to engage startups with the corporates. And moreover, I'm quoting an example from yesterday's conversation with one of the consulting firms I'm talking with. They wanted to build incubator muscle internally by themselves, which is a great idea. We want to complement it. However, as an incubator, we have not just access of startups, but we have wider access of ecosystem entirely. You might be finding a startup by Googling it and then doing basic diligence. But incubator's expertise would come in place in understanding what is the startup's journey, what is the founder's composition, is he good enough to face a corporate and build a product at scale, all of these nuances are extremely important for a corporate to engage with startup. However, at this juncture, from various corporate interactions that I've had, they think they can do everything internally. So we as incubators should be thought leaders and then tell them what is our expertise and why do they have to rely on incubators like us, not just by giving startups, but also delivering proof of concepts within lesser time. Because half-life is extremely important for corporates. These are some of the pointers I wanted to cover. I can get into a lot of details in corporate innovation, but we can make it more conversational if you have specific questions around it.
Thanks, Vishnu. I think you had a PPT to run, but
I had. Personally, I don't like PPTs, so I spoke. I can still give this PPT for you to consume.
says a guy who who spends 80% of his time giving presentations to corporates. That why they should partner with T-Hub on corporate innovation. All right, Vishnu, why should what is your what is the biggest challenge you face when you pitch to any corporate, and how do you kind of help them understand that build versus buy, or is buy collaborating with some an incubator is more important than not doing all the stuff in house?
Cool. This is a daily question with every interaction that I have with corporates. We can do it by ourselves. We have a great team. We have subject matter experts, all of that. However, they see all of this by sitting in closed door or glass walls. They see everything we have is enough and sufficient. So it is important for us to make them understand how did we solve these problems for his counterparts. Example, let's say we work with a tire manufacturer. We have solved some problem within 3 months for him by delivering a proof of concept by using a couple of startups. Imagine you go with a similar concept or tell him this is the impact that we have delivered, and then time to product is hardly 3 months. Obviously, it creates FOMO, fear of missing out, for another tire manufacturer. That is a good way of making him understand if his counterpart has got benefited out of some solution. I think he would at least wanted to explore, okay, I think it worked for example, Seat, it will work for MRF, so something like that. I mean, that is one way I tell them. You can't keep talking. Gyan is not something they would like. So you should always show some tangible outcomes. This is the time you're going to save. You need not have dedicated teams working on this. Because as incubators, we should understand talking with corporates is not their business as usual. That is our business as usual. We talk with corporates, we talk with startups. That is our business as usual. We understand both the languages. Corporates, for all good reasons, they are bureaucratic. We should live with it. Startups, for all good reasons, they are more agile and they have more risk appetite. We should meet the middle ground. That's our role.
So inbound, we understand, okay, there's a lot of visitors who come in, there are a lot of corporates who show inbound interest. But what about outbound, Vishnu? What it takes for you to know, how do you identify who could be a right corporate? What is the right time to approach them, and how do you approach them?
So from T-Hub's perspective, around 50% of our clients would come inbound. They want to explore what do we do here. Like you all came here. Every day, my job is to keep talking to them. They want to understand what's happening in this big building. That is one way that we have. Second way, with the existing corporates that we have, we reach out to at least 5 to 10 counterparts. Like I was giving an example, tire manufacturer, you reach out to 9 other 10 or tire manufacturers. Tell them, what did you deliver? That's how you create that interest. It is a long process. Example, for a pharmacy company or a pharmaceutical company, personally, it took 2 years for me to convince them to get onboarded and then work with a startup. So that's how it is. There are clients who took 1 year, 1.5 years. But once they are onboarded, but make sure you keep giving them this flavor of startups now and then. It can't be always transactional in nature. Your startups would also need that face time. For a no-name startup, it is almost impossible to get 5 minutes or 10 minutes face time of a corporate. As incubators, it is our responsibility to do that. Followed by, you can always have business transactions over a period of time. That's why it is a longer process, but yeah.
Thanks, Vishnu. I'll open up for questions if anybody has any questions. Yes.
Thanks, Vishnu. This is Priyanka from CGLS Foundation. And
Hey,
taking
hi.
a cue from you, where you're talking about the value of giving the face time to the startups as well, and where you act as a conduit between the two. So, in the background, what is a kind of, and this is probably a linkage to the previous session mentorship also as well. How do you really then prepare the startups so that they're prepared for the face time? And I think, and what's the frequency of it? How often? Because a proof of concept may hit the point. It's a trial and error basically. So what's the frequency when you know it's a sweet spot and when do you retract basically? Thank you.
Cool. So if you ask me frequency, it is a need-based conversation. Apart from that, from T-Hub's perspective, every month we run an event called Innovation Dialogue. Meaning, let's say we have 10 retail customers. We get all of these retail clients, corporates, and then we get 10 good retail startups. Example, manufacturing could be a use case for them, retail guys, logistics, supply chain, etc. We get all 10, maybe creamy layer or a cherry pick for them to have conversations with them one-on-one. That's how you make them understand what kind of startups you carry, and then for them to have business transactions over a period of time. Yeah, that's what we do.
Thanks, Vishnu, for touching upon that. Interestingly, folks, in the last 6 months, we have had 491 startups get connected with 93 corporates for any of the problems that they want to get solved, out of which 193 have been unique startups. And what that has translated into is that 10 POs, the purchase orders, have been issued, and many more conversations are on, NDAs have been signed already. So we kind of track this kind of engagement between startups and corporates. Also, you touched upon innovation dialogues. So we recently started that initiative where before 10 o'clock we invite, every morning before 10 o'clock we invite corporate leaders in different segments, HR tech, retail, prop tech, etc. And then invite the startups who are at a certain stage of maturity and kind of have a 10-minute interaction with each of the corporates there. So it solves multiple things there. One, the startups get a first hand of feedback or validation about the product that they're building. Two, if the corporate likes that product, they immediately get a second level meeting. So that's the whole idea of that particular meeting. Thank you. Thank you, Vishnu. Any other question that we can have it answered on building a quality pipeline for industry?
Maybe one or two examples on how you manage these conversations of IP.
So one thing I want to tell, this is another question we get. It is extremely case-to-case basis. There might be products where a corporate wanted, let's say, I'll take a vague example. Let's say I'm a startup who's building a phone, which is a rectangular in shape. A corporate comes and then tells, Vishnu, you have already built a phone. Use same platform, same technology. Give me a circular phone now. So I have to use my existing technology IP and then build a product for him. It could be work for hire. I'll build a circular phone and then give it to him. This is one way. Second, I might be asked to build a completely different product, which might be a closest adjacency. Then IP might be belonging to a corporate. These are two usual scenarios. Apart from this, there are chances where corporate wanted to white label the startup's product. This is third. JVs could be done. Best case would be for startup, could be acquihire or acquisition completely. These are some of the forms. Not all of them, first two. Yeah.
Thanks, Vishnu. One quick last question, then we'll move on to the next one. Yes.
I do a very quick follow-up question. Is there any noticeable difference between, for example, say a product offering and a service offering in the approach? Like a proof of concept?
So it depends on, whether you're trying to ask a startup to build a technology product or a hardware product. If it is hardware product, of course, the life cycle would be much longer. But if it is a software product or technology-oriented product, I don't think will take more than 3 to 6 months to deliver a POC, proof of concept. Yeah.
Prasad, sir, for the felicitation, sir. See, I'm not missing it this time. Zarina? Vishnu? I would like to invite Prasad to take.
Okay, guys, we are not going to take break because we are already running late, and then we are going to have a 6 o'clock ABI session. So today I'm going to cover management of grant and seed funding. That's what is the topic which has been given to me. But having said that, before starting the slides, I also don't like slides, but of course we have to discuss in slides only so that people will be able to relate it. What I want to know is what kind of a challenges you people are facing when managing grants and seed funding. So that I can, the main purpose of having this session, one is having collaboration. Second is how we can understand or learn from each other's mistake. If somebody has done the mistake, then how can we learn from that, and so that we don't have to repeat that mistake. That's the main purpose of having this session. What I'm not going to be like other speakers, where I am going to come on those people. If they have questions, then I'm going to answer those questions with my limited experience of almost 20 years, which I will be able to try to solve it. If not, then we can discuss over tea or dinner how both of us can solve that problem. That's the main intention. But okay, so okay, first thing first, ask question, interact with each other, not with your phone. That's what is the something which I want to which I want to bring here, so that let's discuss with each other. I asked one question: what kind of a problem we are facing when we are managing grants or seed funding? Can anybody please share me some thoughts?
That might not be related to the mistakes that we have committed, rather. It's something that we are governing a milestone-based kind of a funding, and every time the major challenge that we face is that we are not getting the grants on time.
Grants on time from the government. Okay, that's something I am also not able to answer. But having said that, I guess there are going to be a lot more changes in the government body. Body in the sense they are coming into this PFMS system. Then there is something called TSA, where the real-time accounting is going to be happening now. What I believe is that government is very cautious on those sides. And I do understand this kind of a problem everybody is facing. Some of the agencies, we are already in talks, and they are solving those problems, and they have promised they are going to solve this problem by coming year or something. So we may have to wait till that time. But having said that, one important thing what we have to map is that when are we getting the money, and how are we mapping the milestones. Once we track the milestones, once we get to know how the startups are going to be achieving those milestones, we should also be a little proactive. We should not sit till the end where funding is not there and then we are reaching out to the government. Our approach should be a little proactive, not the reactive. That's what I believe we can solve that. By the way, at Sign, we have managed close to 25 projects of governments, and some of the projects are grants as well as seed funding. We are able to give the funding to startups on time. I don't know why, but we are able to do that. We timed our activities such a way so that we will not get into that trap at all. One is if we don't have money, we don't open a call for application. That's something we don't do. And at the same time, whenever we have a grant, once we earmark the grant, we don't give that grant to anyone else. That's why we are able to match those timing and we are able to solve those problems. I guess some of the people can have those kind of an approach to solve that kind of a problem. Yeah.
So Prasad, I have a very, very different question, which probably most of the people here don't have, but I think it's important to think.
I just recently attended the secretary from DPIIT who was there in Ahmedabad for Startup India Seed Fund scheme actually, because they are planning now the next tranche. One thing is specifically mentioned, and I'm sorry, but like he said that AIC funds are drying up. That's not going to come anymore. That's number one. Second point is said that every incubator has to be a sustainable incubator on their own. So have you got any thoughts? I'm sure like IIT Bombay doesn't require that from point of view that you get easy flow of funds and CSR registration, but and CSR funds actually. But honestly speaking, all the other incubators have a very different kind of challenge. And how are you as a leader in this incubation space planning to address that for other incubators, not for yourself?
Okay, so this is something what I believe is that so we started 20 years back, okay, when the startup word was not even heard of and incubators were not even getting any kind of funding. HK Mittal sir is here. He can give more insight on that side. But having said that, it's when we started, it was not an easy journey. We were not getting funding. There were very limited funding, and that too, whenever we used to get the funding, that was only for the startups, not for the incubator operations. Now, luckily, government has understood that problem and they are giving some kind of a fund as a management fee for the incubators to run the show. What I believe is that 5 to 7 years is more than enough for any incubator to come out with a revenue model, and they can be a sustainable model as well. That's what I believe. Fortunately or unfortunately, Sign is sustainable since 2004 because we ran a pilot from 2000 to 2004, and there we incubated close to 14 startups. That's where we got some kind of a motivation to create an incubator. And we approached DST to give some kind of a funding to us. But we are happy to say we never took that money because we are able to get that funding from IIT Bombay to run the show. But having said that, one way of doing is that whichever institute you are associated with, you will be able to create some kind of a corpus which can be kept aside for running the incubator show in the beginning, only in the beginning, and later on that fund can be utilized for the startup activities. Second is that there are so many schemes available in the government which is there for the incubator to manage startup as well as manage incubators. There are seed funding schemes, there are grant schemes, everywhere you are having some kind of a management fee. That is second thing. Third thing, what kind of a value proposition you are bringing for the startups. For that, startups are getting incubated with you. That is the third piece, and which is the important piece. Why you are in existence. If you are an incubator, what is your value proposition for the startups? If they are coming to your incubator, what extra you are giving? If you are not giving anything, then don't expect anything from them. That's very clear, right? So that's something we have to answer. And if we have that zeal to go forward and create some kind of a value and create some kind of a value for the startup, first we have to ask that question to ourselves. What additional thing we are bringing to that startup? So having said that, at Sign level, what we do, I was not supposed to carry Sign slides, but I'm just, okay. So what we offer, this is something which is out of the topic, but what we offer, one is infrastructure, everybody has it. I'm not going to talk about that. But having said that, just see the additional points what we are bringing. We have some kind of a 200 plus mentors. These are active mentors. I'm talking about active mentors. I'm not talking about inactive mentors. We may be having a database of more than 2000 plus, but I'm not going to talk about that. What I'm saying is that 200 plus mentors, how we are engaging. We talked about mentor creation, mentor industry creation. Those things are very important. As an incubator, if we are not able to create a value for the startup, we do take equity, we do take revenue sharing, we do take rental. For all the support or all the value addition what we create for the startup, we are taking that equity, revenue and the rental. And I guess I don't know whether we are the first one to start the equity, but having said that, we are able to do that. We are sustaining on the basis of equity, revenue, and the rental model. And how we do it, one is infrastructure, second is funding, third is mentoring, services, international programs, networking, visibility, manufacturing connects. I guess everybody knows the piece of what incubator has to do. We have to just do it. And how we are going to do it? By collaboration. If something is not in your institute or in your incubator, how you can collaborate with another incubator where you will be getting those facilities or getting those mentoring, where you can have co-incubation model. We talked about that, right? Something called co-incubation we started, I guess, way back, maybe 10 years back, and we are doing co-incubation with multiple incubators. And we are happy to help other incubators, and we are mentoring. And in fact, I am mentoring many of the incubators as well as startups. That's a different story. But having said that, if somebody is coming forward and they are facing some kind of a problem, we are there to help. At a ISBA level, that we are the body to help all other incubators if they are facing some problems.
So, sorry Prasad, I'm just adding a point here. So, I represent Jito. We already have a co-incubation with Sign actually, and we use your facilities also when required. In fact, the reason why I asked you the question, because we are self-sustained.
Okay.
From second year of operation as a pure incubator, and we are self-sustained. The reason why I'm asking you, because SIFS is coming down very strictly and telling that even this management fee of 5% they give right now is going to get abolished very soon actually.
But do we have to depend on only one
Exactly, no. So, no, question is whether should we be dependent on fund itself. That is another question actually. That's the bigger question that's going to come in future. Because government is
trying. So you are asking whether we should depend on government funding or whether we should be going for another funding.
Exactly.
There are so many avenues. There are so many avenues now come up, and we should be tapping on that. If your incubator is 3-year-old, you can get a CSR funding from corporates. How many of you are actively tapping corporates to get the CSR funding?
So Prasad, while it's easy for academic institutions to get CSR.
No, I don't agree to that.
No.
I don't agree to that. In fact,
I am an example myself. I am telling you actually, private incubators, it's very difficult to get the CSR because you don't get ATG in the first place. Forget CSR actually. CSR comes much later. So I'm just telling you
if you are a Section 8, if you are a Section 8, and you have created incubation activity to help the startups,
yes,
you will be able to get 12A and ATG. That's a different topic altogether. We will discuss over a dinner or tea. Okay, so now coming to the topic, how someone has to manage or implement the grants. What I have done is that I have kept very similar slides. If you see that slides, there are a lot more difference when you're managing grant and seed funding. I have kept it very simple so that everybody will understand. And there are, when I'm writing in one sentence or one word, there are little complication to this, whatever activities we do. But having said that, whenever there is how we source startups. One is by call for application. Grant is something, if you have got the grant from government, we have to do call for application. What we have to do is that we have to have some kind of a selection criteria which will help us identify good individual, good startup to come on our incubation, where you will be able to create some kind of a value to that startup, as well as you will be able to raise funding for them. So whenever we engage with any startups, for us or for whenever we engage with any individual, we see them as our potential startup. For us, those are the individuals who is going to create a venture someday, and they will be getting incubated with us. That's a secondary thing, secondary piece of our incubation. But having said that, we put our heart and soul to create some kind of a value for that individual or for that startup so that they can create a venture. If they are converting to incubation where there is an equity model, that is well and good. If not, we are okay with it. If you want to, if I can give the number, yeah. So we supported more than 1,000+ entrepreneurs. So only 241 startups we have incubated. So we are not behind all the numbers. What we want is that if somebody sees a value in our incubation, they should be able to come forward and get incubated with us. That's what we believe. Sorry, I'm going here and there because, yeah. So one is individual LLP and private limited or startups we have to engage when we are giving grants. But having said that, what we believe is that uniqueness, what is the competition and competitive advantage and target market or size they are going to target. Whenever somebody is approaching us, they are at an ideation stage or a prototype stage for the grant purpose, we first see what is the uniqueness they are going to bring. At an incubator level, our job is to give a very honest feedback whether that idea is going to work or not. How are you going to do that? So at sign level, we have three level of shortlisting. First, we open a call for application. Second, at an internal review, we first see what kind of a uniqueness they are bringing. Third, what kind of a competitive advantage they have, and the target market or size. If we have all the answers, then we take them to an external review. What we do at external review, we try to bring 3 experts. One is subject matter, second is investor, and third is industry. Whether those people will be able to survive. If the investor is happy to invest those kind of ideas, we are happy to guide them and take them in our grant program. If industry is planning to look into those kind of areas, we are happy to incubate them or give them some kind of a grant. That's what is some kind of a, and subject matter, of course, what kind of a tech they are talking, whether it is doable or not doable. That's something which we want to validate. And the stage, it doesn't matter to us if they are in prototype stage, product stage, or a revenue stage. Whichever grant we have, on the basis of that, we will be shortlisting. If the criteria is, if they have to be a revenue-based startups, we will be happy to engage with them. And what kind of a roadmap they are going to have. With that, whatever grant they are going to get, what kind of a roadmap they have, and what is they are going to achieve. And what after getting the grant, how they are going to use the grant, and do they have a capability to use the grant. This generally happens when you are giving grants to individual. At a startup level, we don't worry that much because we know this is a team behind that startup and they will be able to use that funding. That is something easy, but when we are engaging with individual, there you will be facing some kind of a problem, whether they have a capability to use the fund. That's something which you have to closely interact with them, understand, then only we will be. And some of the cases you have to take a gut, some kind of a gut feeling, then accordingly you have to take that risk. And grants, of course, when they are applying for the grants, there may be a grant which is 50 lakhs. But do you want to give that entire 50 lakhs to them? What kind of idea they are pitching? And do they require that kind of a funding? That is something is incubator's role, right? We have to see whether they really require, or you have to see, I am getting into a timeline where I have to disburse the entire fund, otherwise my money will go back. We are dealing with public money. We have to be mindful what we are doing. And something which we have to ask our question. So Nidhi Prayas is a scheme where you get 10 lakh rupees per startup. And in first cycle, I do remember we selected 18 startups. We had a big debate with DST. DST clearly told us, there is only 10 lakh rupees. How can you select 18 startups instead of 10 startups? We gave them the indication. There are 18 startups who require less than 10 lakhs. That's why we want to support 18. Of course, there is a burden on us because 10 startups you will be able to manage properly. But why you want to go for 18? But having said that, what we believe in Sign, whatever money you are getting, this is some kind of a taxpayer's money. You have to be mindful when you are using those money. Objectives like what kind of objectives they are going to achieve with those funding. If some of the startup or individual, they are managing some kind of a project which is 10 crore worth, and you are giving 10 lakh rupees. Do you really want to give that? Are they going to achieve anything out of that 10 lakh rupees? They may be an excellent individual or a startup, but with that 10 lakh rupees, are they going to achieve anything? That question we have to ask ourselves. If yes, answer is yes, and you will be able to bring another 9 crore for them, then of course you may have to look at that individual or startup. Okay, usage of grant I have already covered. Milestones to be achieved. Okay, this is something, one is grant. You can give that grant in one shot. Let's say for example 50 lakhs, 10 lakhs, whatever it is. But what we believe in Sign, giving it in 1 or 2 tranches. The reason is that there is something, if somebody is not able to manage the grant, you have something called damage control. You will be able to save a remaining money. That's what we believe at Sign. But having said that, in some cases, some decision which has to be taken. If somebody is not doing good, you have to take that money back. You have to try to get that money back. But if not, then you have to report it to government. That's what is the process everybody follows, and we also follow the same thing. And after giving grants, do you have to guide them, connecting them, or engage with them for any other funding? Of course, you have to. Because as an incubator, our role is not only giving grant, even if they are not your incubatee, but your job is to support that startup. And that is where the value addition part comes. What kind of a value addition you are able to bring? If you are able to bring those value addition, of course, they will be happy to get incubated with you. Okay, the process I already talked about. One is grant committee, what we generally have. One is internal as well as external. External, I talked about what kind of a party we have to involve. And third thing is that legally vetted document. And these are available on Sign website. If you want, you can get that thing. Also, we are trying to put it on our ISBA platform as well, where you will be able to get those kind of agreements. Those are going to be indicative agreements, which may have to be changed as per your requirement. Okay, the monitoring on the basis of milestone. Of course, whatever milestones they have given, you have to track them on the basis of milestone, how they are achieving those milestones, whether they are lacking or whether they are requiring some kind of a support to achieve those milestones. Then the quarterly, half-yearly review depends. It depends on program to program. Some of the programs are 6 months. You have to achieve those milestones within 6 months. If not, some of the programs are 18 months and all that thing, where you have to have a quarterly and half-yearly kind of a monitoring process. Connection to mentors, investors and industry, which we talked about. And I believe whether you are giving investment or whether you are giving grants, you should be able to do that thing as an incubator. Usage of fund through UCSC. I guess there is a format which has been given by government, which we believe we have to follow that, and that has to be CA certified. Because if you are dealing with hundreds of startups, every startup you will not be able to check their accounts. How are you going to check their accounts? So one way of doing is that you ask them to verify their UCSC through their CA. And now there is CA is accountable, right? He has to check that thing, he has to validate that thing, then the UCSC will be given to the incubators. The reporting to stakeholders, I guess Vijay's team touched upon. There are multiple tools available in the market now, and there is multiple players. There is Sachi Connect, there is Accubate, there are multiple other tools where you will be able to take the subscription and you will be able to, one is onboarding, second is monitoring, third is tracking the life cycle of that startup. Be it grants, be it seed funding, you have to do the tracking of that startup. Accordingly, you will be able to give those numbers to stakeholders, be it government, be it any other stakeholders, even the corporates. Average timeline, what I believe, if you are managing a grant, it should be somewhere between 2 months max. Why I am saying that? One is 3 to 4 weeks of call for application and 2 weeks of scrutiny and shortlisting, 2 weeks of grant agreement formalities, disbursement, that's it. That's the maximum time one incubator should be taking. if they are managing any grant. Any question? Yeah, so I will I will come to that point. Yeah. Okay, any other question on this? Okay, so these are some of the government grant funding schemes. I have not covered every grant schemes, but these are the active ones. But having said that, there are many more schemes available, and you can go on Startup India website. I guess many of the grants has been already listed. These are some of the grants which Sign is actively engaging, and I tried bringing that. Okay, so now one is seed grant which we covered. Now the seed funding, there is no much difference. Only thing what we are doing here is that we are going to only deal with private limited companies, not with the individuals. Seed funding, because you are giving investment, you have to have a stake in the company. If you want to have a stake in the company, that company has to be a private limited. As simple as that. We don't deal with individuals when it comes to investment. But having said that, if you really observe the entire slide, there is no much difference. Only thing is the due diligence part and the IC part, that is the additional thing. And the reporting will remain same, all other remain same. And the timeline will increase because there is a due diligence, amount is more. And because at Sign level, we do a due diligence at we outsource the due diligence part because there are multiple things involved. One is legal due diligence. Second is financial due diligence. Technical due diligence, we'll try to do it with IITB professors. That's how we deal with it. And the timeline, what I believe is that it's 3 to 6 months. If we are dealing more than 6 months, then it's better we let go that startup. Okay, any question on seed fund management part? I guess if you don't have question, then I can wrap my session.
It's not linked to seed fund, but it's linked to, let's say we have funded this startup under some government scheme. Now the procurement, which procurement policy are we going to follow for the startup to procure the equipment or, any accessories?
This is out of syllabus question for me.
It's a tough question and I've been looking for answer.
I guess there is already a template which is already available, which is called GFR 2017.
Exactly.
And there is some kind of a procurement which is already listed.
But my question is, once the funding has been granted to the startup is a private limited
But
company.
startup, they don't have to follow this
They don't
GFR.
have to, So my question, but the government, enforces. They want
I
us,
don't think so. Nowhere it is written. Nowhere, no policy, no sanction order which says
when
that.
you do your UCSC, they would ask for when you funded the startup and how was the
Ma'am,
procurement done.
I have to check which fund you are talking about, which sanction order and which
I'm talking about
UCSC
DST
which has
funds
written.
only. DST funds.
Okay, so we will take this offline.
All right, no worries. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any other question on seed grant or seed funding? I will listen to this question.
Just a quick question. Are you incubating only IIT Bombay?
No, we are open for all.
Okay.
That's the question.
How diverse is it?
Sorry?
How diverse is it? Like in terms of geographically, are the companies
I
coming
have
from-
not done that, but having said that, we tried covering startups from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, east, west. I guess all.
Why would you Why would they select Sign versus T-Hub, for instance?
That is a very tricky question. We can have this discussion over dinner.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, but there is an answer to that, but I will try to cover later.
Yeah. Prasad, I have a question. Once you invest in a company,
By the way, we have signed a MOU with T-Hub. Sorry. So I will tell you what happens. Sign also has some kind of a thing which is not available at IIT Bombay. So we believe in collaboration. What we believe is that we will not be able to fix all the problem of startup. There is ecosystem players, how we can work together and solve the problem of startup. That is what we believe. And I guess we were the first one when we met in Mandi. I was the first one to go to Vijay and ask for can we sign a MOU? And I don't know after the MOU what we did, but having said that, there is exchange of startups. That is started.
Yeah, I have a question. Once you have your exit, so you will, you'll get some return from your equity investments. So do you create that as a pool for reinvestment? I mean, do Sign have own funds to invest?
Yes, yes. We do have that. That is called Sign Seed Fund. Okay. So I will tell you there are two things. One is Sign do take a equity when we incubate. When we incubate and when we get a return, we don't distribute that. It goes into our Sign pool where we do a funding. That is one part of that. Second, wherever we do a seed funding, there is a mandate from the government how we can utilize that fund once we get the return. It is there in the government mandate how we can utilize some of the portion. Some agency asks return. For example, I can vouch for DST. DST never asks money return, right? What they say is that whatever return you get, you have to plow back and you have to reinvest in startups. And I guess it is already well defined and I don't want to answer anything else on that. But having said that, at Sign level, whatever investment we do, some of the part goes into our pool. We call it as Sign Seed Fund where we do investment. Yeah.
Fortunately, we have got some debt funding and people have started repayment also. I just need to continue the consistency of repayment. I mean, I want to ensure that this happens continually. Because
yeah, ma'am, what I believe is that many of the government agencies are not encouraging now loan, if I'm not wrong. Some of the agencies have started asking to invest by way of CCD or CCPS or equity.
It's SISF.
Yeah, so that's a CCD, if I'm not wrong. Ultimately, it is going to convert preference shares or equity. That is allowed?
Right now, it's
sorry, we have not availed startup seed funding. I may be having limited knowledge about that thing.
All right.
SISF is dead.
Yeah, he is the chair.
Okay, no, I am no longer the chair. That's let me just. It's both. You can give it as debt as well as also as CCDs.
Yes, sir. We actually have started giving debt and even started receiving the repayment also from some of the startups, but some they are a bit, reluctant or resistant, which we feel difficult to deal with because we don't have any mandate or anything backing.
Let me just clarify that giving debt to startups is not a very wise idea. I don't know what others would say, but the only way you can actually multiply that investment is through either equity or CCDs.
Yes, sir.
So, and the burden of managing a debt also is quite heavy.
That's actually is my question, sir.
So,
okay, so what we can do is that we can take this question offline. I guess we managed debt in the beginning and we were able to successfully recover some of the loans. But having said that, as an incubator at a management level, we took a call. We are not going to do debt henceforth.
Okay.
So just to answer your question, we are also SISFS incubator and it is 20% grant, 80% CCD. That's the mandate. So you can go up to 20 lakhs and up to 50 lakhs on the other side.
Thank you. This is what we call collaboration. We have to learn from each other.
So if you have a DST or some grant from a central government agency, what is the role of your host institute versus the incubator?
I guess there is no connection at all. If the money is directly come on your books, you have to manage that.
The host institute is the recipient of the grant, but the incubation center is, so there is a confusion there.
Okay, so but what I believe is that all the agencies now they are requesting incubators to incorporate their Section 8 or some of the entities so that they can have this transaction very clearly, right? I guess we at a sign we also manage Nidhi Prayas as a nodal agency. What we do is that unless and until there is no proper demarcation between host institute and the incubator, we don't give the funding to that incubator at all. We tell them to create a Section 8, then only we pass the money. And I guess more or less government is also doing the same thing now. Yeah, any other question?
There is a delay in Section 8 company formation and the government grant is, first tranche is given. So it is going to the host institute, but it is mandated that host institute should follow the discipline and transfer it to the Section 8 company once there is a procedure and Section 8 company is set.
Correct.
So there is no confusion about it. The government funding from central government is coming only to the independently governed incubator.
Okay. Any other question?
Do you have a formal MOU with IIT Bombay?
Sorry?
Do you have a formal MOU with IIT Bombay, your host institute?
Yes, we do have, which says that very clearly what is our role and what is IIT Bombay's role. I guess any incubators to run successfully, you have to have a backing of host institute. And when I am saying backing, there has to be a proper roles and responsibility. What is the role of host institute and what is the role of incubator? And I guess if you have that clearly put on some kind of a document, and there will be no conflicts. Yeah, any other question?
Just one question. We are an incubator in Punjab and we are a society. It is a standalone incubator. It is not associated with any institute or university. So societies are also eligible for the seed funding?
Okay, so sign is a society by the way.
Okay, fine. Thank you, you have answered.
Okay, so what I wanted to cover.
Since there are a lot of questions, I am Ramanan, former mission director of Atal Innovation Mission. There seem to be a lot of questions on the role of the host institution versus the incubator. The whole idea of the incubator, setting up the incubator, was to set it up in a host institution. And the reason was you first have a university resources which are available, the institutional resources. You have students whom we want to encourage to become startups, and therefore that student body is there. And thirdly, you have to have land and other facilities which an incubator will not have initially to begin with. So it has to have the support of the host institution in order to do that. But for the running of the incubator, almost all the government agencies now have ensured that you have a Section 8 or you have a private limited status, and that gives the degree of independence from the host institution in being able to execute more agile and quickly, and not to have the procedures, the bureaucratic procedures of the host institute imposed on the incubator. So I think this role is very important because India has almost 39,000 colleges and 10,000 engineering institutions, and incubators as a way of being supported by a host institution is really what India needs, and that is the reason why this whole setup was there. And many people, when I go to different universities, there is an active collaboration between the university and the host institution. And if you're not actively collaborating, it is to the loss of the incubator from my perspective, because you're not leveraging a whole lot of resources, capabilities, and facilities, as well as the reach. Take, for example, the universities. They have connection to the placement network. Now, all the companies who are coming for placement, why do we not leverage them for supporting the incubation and the innovation? We are all looking at placement, but we are not looking at innovation collaboration. And this becomes a great vehicle for, in fact, every university should have a chief innovation officer in addition to a chief placement officer. And they both should work together to make sure that innovation that is happening through the incubator is got to be known by all the private companies who are coming for placement. And then they can further support through their CSR funds or other research projects. I thought I would just add this.
Yeah, so what I wanted to cover is that mode of investment, direct investment, everybody knows at an incubator level. One is loan, which we can give it to startup. Second is that co-investment and the grants. Grants, which we covered. Co-investment, which is both the incubators can invest in those startups. What I understand from government scheme, I may be wrong, but what I am saying is that if the scheme says we can invest 1 CR in startups, at sign level, if we believe we should be giving only 50 lakhs. And another startup thinks, another incubator thinks they can give or top up that another 50 lakhs from the same scheme or from the different scheme. We should be allowed to do it. But I guess there is little bit of confusion. But having said that, having different fund, investing in the same startup is possible at an incubator level. That's called co-investment. I talked about co-incubation.